It's not a
Stephen,
lot.
my screen is saying that you stopped my video.
Mine's as well.
Hold on a moment.
Same here.
Okay, try now.
We have a quorum.
Hey.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think that I'd like to call the meeting to order and jump in.
Can we get the video fixed?
Yeah,
It's fixed. I'm not sure why.
Thank you.
Great. So I want to jump right into the first part of our full board. I'm going to make just a couple of announcements now. We'll get into our public safety session, and then before the business session, we'll go through a couple more because I know people will be joining. But I want to thank everyone for coming. It's great to see the 30 faces that I could see in front of me and the many faces that are behind us. But it's been a long time coming, and it's nice for us to get together and start our work again. It's been a challenging couple months, and there's been a lot of work to kind of get here. So I just want to thank everyone who's been helpful. I wanted to specifically thank one person, which is Kate Carpin, who had given us his space. He wasn't charging anything. Candidly, I think he was probably losing money and other opportunities. So I just want to thank him for not just giving us the space, but he showed up multiple times. He was really helping out. And although we didn't end up bringing that to fruition and using it, he went above and beyond. And I just want to thank him for not only just offering his time to space. So thank you very much. A couple things for the community. There is a sign-in sheet for the chat. So anybody who wants to speak, please sign up. Please sign up. There are different areas that you can sign up. You could sign up for a specific session. And then there is a community session at the end of the meeting in which there are a wider range of conversations that we can have. I hope everyone remembers what double features used to look like, because I think we got a double feature today. We've got quite an extensive agenda. So I think we're going to try and do our best to stay on time and to be efficient, because we've got quite a few things. We've got, I think, 18 different items, as well as elections. So I think we're going to have quite a meeting. So with that, I want to jump into our public safety session. I haven't been able to look all around, but I do know that we have Captain Lazarus standing in for the 24th. And as a process, normally each precinct can give a short report of things that are going on. We'll go around to all of them and then ask some Q&A. And I am going to say that I'm going to call on the community first. It's been a while because we're going to have a very long session, and I know the community will then have to wait till almost very late. So I'm going to have Q&A for the community first because I think that would be wise and efficient. So Captain Lazarus, since I see you first, why don't you give your report and perhaps even introduce yourself?
Sure. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. I'm Captain Lazarus. I'm newly assigned to the 2-4 precinct. I've been here for a few weeks, less than a month. So I spent the last 3 weeks becoming familiar with the crime conditions, traffic conditions, and some good police work with members from the 2-4. Basically, crime overview in the 24th precinct for the 28th day, we're down 13% in major crimes, 87 versus 100. Year to date, we're slightly up in major crimes. That's 2.6%. So in numbers, that's 635 or 619. The increases are primarily in grand larcenies and GLAs. Decreases are in burglaries, and robberies are down as well. So just speaking a moment about GLAs, because as I said, we are slightly up in GLAs. In the beginning of the summer, June and July, GLAs primarily consisted of motorcycles and mopeds. But the trend in the last month or so has been a Honda CRV pattern. And this pattern occurs along Riverside Drive and is affected. Other precincts are involved as well, such as the 20, 26, 33, and the 30. So at the precinct, we have been tasking NCOs to retrieve video. We have been doing checkpoints. And our cops have been making some good arrests for GLAs this past summer, which is helping to address the condition. Another topic to mention in the 2-4 are shooting incidents. We are down shooting incidents for the year to date. However, it's noteworthy that gun arrests are up quite considerable. Where shooting incidents are down 68%, 3 versus 9. Our gun arrests are up 100%, which is 18 versus 9. We did have a shooting incident that occurred at the end of August 30th, at West 104th Street and Columbus Avenue. 2 males were shot in this incident. The first victim was visiting the store at the corner of 104 and Columbus. The perpetrators engaged words with the victim, and as the victim was walking across the street, he did suffer a gunshot wound. The second victim was inside a nail salon. A bullet hit the front glass door and struck him in the right foot. Both the victims have recovered. The incident is still under investigation by the 2-4 precinct detective unit. So that was a shooting incident that occurred this summer. In terms of shots fired incidents that are occurring within the 2-4 precinct, they're primarily around Wise and Douglas houses. Year to date, there's been 5 shots fired incidents in Wise, in the vicinity of Wise. 3 of those occurred in the months of July and August this summer. Year to date, there's been 2 shootings and 13 shots fired incidents at Douglas houses. And for the last 2 months this summer, we've seen 4 shots fired incidents. Now, I just wanted to clarify, when I'm speaking about shots fired, these are incidents in which members of the public or police officers have not been thankfully hit by gunfire. These are just incidents in which rounds were released. Again, we're addressing this issue with resource deployment, NCOs, and there have been a number of gun arrests by patrol officers. As I said, our gun arrests are up 100%. In this past summer, we've made quite a few. I can continue. I could talk briefly about traffic.
Well, I'm sure the Transportation Committee would love that. So if we could
Sure, absolutely.
give a brief.
I'm respectful of your time here and your agenda.
I think I saw some transportation people perk up. So
sure, absolutely. So year to date, we're up 13% in collisions. That's 378 versus 333. And 1%, we're up 1% in collisions with injuries. That's 86 versus 85. Collisions with cyclists are down 33%, 16 versus 24. And our collisions with pedestrians remain flat at 26 versus 26. Year to date, we've written over 3,100 hazardous violation summonses, and this is a 30% increase from the year prior. Failure to yield to pedestrians are the category which is written the most, followed by red lights. And the majority of these moving violations are issued along the 96th Street corridor. Our arrests for DWIs have increased, which is great. It's getting individuals off the street that could cause harm to others. Those have increased 160%, 13 versus 5. In terms of parking summonses, we've had 663 parking summonses written this year, 47% being double parkers. And just another update on the 2-4 precinct, we have been receiving additional personnel, additional cops. In May, the 2-4 precinct received 24 newly assigned police officers, and that has continued. In July, we received another additional 6 cops, and just at the end of August, we received 5 additional cops. So we're getting personnel, they're put into our field training program, and it's great that we're getting these resources. And there's just been great work overall in the 2-4 precinct this summer. NCOs have been working on Broadway, addressing homeless encampments and some double parking conditions, which contributed to a lot of complaints. The YCOs, which are the youth coordination officers, held a very successful back to school event about a week ago. Over 300 school bags were given out. We had a number of businesses in the 2-4 contribute goods and food, backpacks, supplies, such as Target, Sephora, Subway, Papa John's, hair salons. So it was a very successful event that was well received by the community. I feel like I spoke very quickly, but that's just a brief overview of the last 2 months of what's happening here.
Thank you. We're all New Yorkers, so we're used to it. If you could stay around for some Q&A possibly as well.
Absolutely.
I did want to call on Captain Zuber, and I did want to point out an event that he had raised to us. He has been supporting, and there is an event called Help Aiden Beat Cancer at the Lincoln Center Atrium. I believe it happened today. It'll be happening tomorrow, 11 to 6. It's a very sad story of a 4-year-old boy who is diagnosed with leukemia, and they're looking for a bone marrow donator. I will allow also, if Captain Zuber would like to both elaborate on that and put anything in the links, but he did ask me to promote this very worthy cause. So I'll hand it to you.
Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. And this is actually just a heartbreaking story. I don't know if I can actually share my screen or anything, but I'm just going to hold up a little flyer. And you can see Aiden, he's a 4-year-old boy. He has leukemia. And unfortunately, as these things go, he's doing kind of poorly right now. And he requires finding a non-related stem cell bone marrow donor to save his life. So I found out about this a couple of weeks ago when one of our precincts in Harlem, the 30th precinct, was doing a drive. And when we do these, we normally do a blood drive or a drive like this in the precinct, and we open it up to our precinct members. Sometimes people on the block will come in. I was lucky enough to get Lincoln Center, our great partners over there, to partner with us, and they offered up the Atrium, which is right on 62nd Street between Columbus and Broadway. And my hope was that would bring in more of the community and a much larger donor base. Our block associations have been wonderful helping us to put this out on Twitter. I don't know if any of you follow us on Twitter or on Facebook. We have been blasting it out. Other precincts have been as well. I know today's weather may have played a factor, but quite frankly, today's attendance was quite a bit less than we were hoping for. So I'm hoping everybody can take a moment in the community. I know after a year and a half here, I know this community. I know how much you care. I know how much you want to give back. And I know we can do better than we did today. So please, between 11 o'clock and 6 o'clock tomorrow, if you can swing by 62nd Street, the Atrium. It's supposed to be a beautiful day, and it's a beautiful time to be out by Lincoln Center. Stop in. The entire test takes less than 5 minutes. You just take your phone, the same way we've been doing at all the restaurants for the last several months or a year. You scan a barcode onto the camera on your phone, and it takes you directly to the website. You answer a couple of questions, whether or not it makes you you're eligible to donate, and it's completely self-administered. You take 2 Q-tips, you swab the inside of your cheeks for 10 seconds each, you put it in a sealed envelope, and you're done. You're agreeing to be on the registry. God willing, you can help Aiden, and if not, then one of the other thousands of patients around the world who are looking for donors. So thank you very much for letting me take that time. And if you thought Captain Lazarus was brief, you're going to love me, because I'm going to speak a lot less about crime and everything, because we've been having a very good summer here. I want to piggyback on something that she was speaking about in the 24th precinct. GLAs, grand larceny auto, stolen cars, stolen vehicles, has been plaguing the Upper West Side, 20th precinct especially. When we look at what's been happening here, aside from the recent pattern that Captain Lazarus spoke about, the Honda CRVs, which has been happening along Riverside Drive, what has really been plaguing us in the 20th precinct are motorcycles, scooters, Vespas, 2-wheels that are being stolen. And by and large, what we see in the past has been people will come by in a panel van or a box truck, and they stop on the street where a motorcycle is parked legally, and they'll quickly throw it into the back. This summer, we've seen something brand new. We've seen 2 or 3 people riding on the back of other scooters or motorcycles, riding around, and they will then look for the parked motorcycle, parked scooter, and they steal it that way. They jump off, they hotwired, or they manage to start it another way, and they ride off together, and it seems like they've done nothing wrong. In the past 4 or 5 weeks, we've really upped our coverage on the midnights, the overnight platoon, where most of these crimes have been happening. And as anybody who lives up here knows, we get these roving bands of motorcycles and scooters, and they do not want to stop for the police. We understand that, and we've tried to do a couple of car stops, and we see 2 or 3 people illegally on a motorcycle, I may add, most of the time not wearing helmets, not with license plates. I'm sure they're uninsured, and a slew of other violations. We are not going to get into a high-speed pursuit over that. It's just not safe for the members of the community. It's not safe for the other drivers out there. It's not safe for pedestrians. But we're making our presence well known to them. We're capturing their images on video, on camera, and we're starting our investigations that way. And we've had a lot of luck. Fortunately, just being out there, being overt, They see that we're out there. They see that we're onto them. We believe that the word has gotten out. In the last 3 weeks, the number of stolen vehicles has dropped dramatically. So we are going to continue that. And that actually, these tactics are working well enough that other precincts are starting to adopt them. Just going back to good old fashioned police work. On top of that, grand larcenies. That's always a problem here in the 20th precinct. Thankfully, we're not in an area where we have to worry too much about violence and about shootings. But grand larcenies from people, grand larcenies from stores particularly. But the other trend that we have right now are these grand larceny scams. The people who are receiving fraudulent emails, phone calls, text messages, and through one scam or another, they're sending large quantities of money. And they're being cheated out of their money. And that's very difficult for us to investigate. It's very difficult for us to combat, because if it's online, if it's on the internet, the criminals could literally be anywhere in the world. So please, I continue to talk about this month after month. Please help us to get the word out there. If something seems off, if you get a text message out of the blue, if you get an email out of the blue or a phone call out of the blue, if it seems off, call us. We'll help you through it. Call 911. The officers will come. And if it just seems wrong, it probably is wrong. And we'll help you through that. Before you go to an ATM in New Jersey and start depositing Bitcoin in an online account, please call us first. Okay. I see there's a couple of hands raised. We have some questions.
Yeah, we're gonna take questions first from the community. So Christian, can you?
Steve, Captain Bill Gallagher. I just wanted to let you know I'm here. I'm sorry, I had a problem with
okay. So you're the phone
yeah.
call.
Yes, I
Okay,
apologize. I cannot get the screen to work, but I'm here on a conference call.
Your voice is very distinctive, so we would love to hear more from you as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So, I'm sorry?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, there was a little crosstalk. Go ahead.
Sure. Sure. Good evening, everybody. My name is Captain Bill Gallagher. I'm the commanding officer of Central Park. It's great to be here, even over the phone, as opposed to seeing my face. But I just wanted to update you very briefly on the Central Park precinct. I'm sorry? Hello?
There's just some accidental chatter. If everyone can mute their phones from time to time, people are chiming in. If not, I'll mute everyone.
Sure, no problem. So I just wanted to give a brief update on the Central Park precinct. We're having a very, very good summer. Overall crime is down 11% versus last year, which is a very good sign. And there's an extremely low level of violent crime. Most of the crime that occurs in Central Park is property crime, centering around unattended grand larcenies. So an individual goes into the park, they maybe leave a bag on a bench, they walk away, they spend a lot of time away from their property, and they come back and that property is gone. That is basically the #1 crime scenario that occurs in Central Park. We just ask that people keep a very close watch on their valuables and just use common sense and reasonableness when they're enjoying Central Park. As you know, we had a very large but very, very rainy concert a few days ago. We're going to have another large concert, the Global Citizens Festival, at the end of September, and we're really looking forward to getting back to large-scale events in the park. One of the more notable recent events in Central Park was the precinct's response to the flood or the storm that happened recently. If you happen to have your Twitter handles, if you could take a look at some time, the NYPD Central Park Twitter, we posted several body cameras of police officers responding to 911 calls, basically in the middle of the storm. And it's some extraordinary video of your police officers going into the transverse, taking people out of cars. The transverses were completely flooded, and we actually did 18 rescues of people who were literally flooded in their vehicles inside the Central Park transverses, largely the 65th transverse. So we put that body camera video out there. It's on our Twitter. I would ask everybody, if you had a moment, it's a pretty extraordinary piece of video. And it's a really good indicator of some of the things that NYPD officers have to handle that really aren't about enforcing laws, making arrests, writing summonses, that there's a whole nother community service aspect of policing that I think sometimes people maybe forget about or we don't give enough attention to. So I would urge you to just, if you have a few moments, take a look at our Twitter feed and obviously follow not just the Central Park Twitter feed, but also your local precinct's Twitter feed as well. It's a great way to exchange information with the police and find out what's going on. With that, that's really all I have. I hope next time I can appear live as opposed to on a conference call, but I'll gladly, when it's my turn, take any questions or comments anybody has about crime and policing in Central Park.
Great, we'll take some questions. I will note that Captain Zuber said you look much better this way, but that was the quick one.
Thank you,
So,
Neil. I appreciate it.
So we're gonna start with community. So Christian, did we have any questions from the community?
We do not have at this moment.
Okay, well, that makes things very efficient. So we've got two board members, and then we'll move on from there. So Rich, please feel free.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I want to especially thank Captain Lazarus for bringing up traffic. Too often it seems like traffic is an afterthought, so it's great to see the focus. I have two questions for all three captains. First one is the West Side Rag in June reported that there had been 0 speeding tickets given out in April and May for the 20th precinct and only 34 for those 2 months for the 24th, which is fewer than 1 a day. I'm wondering how many speeding tickets each precinct has issued this summer and what can be done to increase that number. And if there's still an issue with not enough officers trained to use radar. And specifically for Captain Gallagher, not quite 2 years ago, we called for, and I guess before you were around, we had called for stepped up enforcement of speeding on the transverses after the tragic death of Dr. Cameraman. And I'm wondering if there are any updates on that. The second is Captain Lazarus had mentioned collisions involving pedestrians. I'm wondering for all precincts, if you know what % of collisions with pedestrians involved bicycles versus motor vehicles.
Thanks. So I can kind of help. Why don't we go Captain Gallagher, Captain Lazarus, Captain Zuber, so we sort of have an order. So Captain Gallagher, to you.
Sure, thank you. One of the things that, in terms of traffic, that we receive the most complaints about right now are mopeds inside Central Park. Obviously, Central Park does not have cars inside it, but people feel like they could take mopeds, some of these motorcycles actually inside the park. So in the past 28 days, we've written 66 summonses for that, which is a very, very high number inside Central Park. You know, we don't have vehicles inside the park. And during the summer months, the transverses, I think, are used a little bit less than they are in the winter time. So I've really kind of directed our traffic teams to focus on the mopeds and the electric bikes inside the park, as opposed to speeding summonses on the transverse. The number of accidents that occur currently on the transverse is very, very low, although there was that tragedy that you referenced. We have not had a fatality in a vehicle or bicycle accident in Central Park in at least 18 months. And we're hoping to keep it that way. I hope that's addressed what you asked.
Thank you, Captain Gallagher. Captain Lazarus?
Sure. So in terms of the speeding summonses, for the 28-day period, the 2-4 precinct is up 278% in speeding summonses. So 72 were written versus 19 for the previous year. And then year to date, the numbers are 222 versus 192. So that's an increase of about 16%. So there is some speeding enforcement there. Again, those numbers are based on a 28-day and the year to date. The second question, can you please repeat? And that was involving collisions and injuries. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, just what % of collisions with pedestrians are with motor vehicles versus with bicycles?
So I would have to get back to you on that. I don't have that breakdown in front of me.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Captain Lazarus. Captain Zuber?
I apologize. Yeah, so speaking about exactly what Captain Gallagher, Captain Lazarus were saying, so a lot of our complaints right now are about the scooters, the motorcycles, and sometimes for us, it's the e-bikes. When it comes to speeding tickets, you're talking about specifically shooting radar, the radar, the LiDAR guns. And there are some constraints that go with that. Usually that's done by specialized officers who are specially trained and in wide open areas. So you're talking about the highways, or you're talking about Riverside Drive. With the building up of our avenues, Amsterdam Avenue, Columbus Avenue, with the extra sheds that are on the streets, it's become a little bit more difficult for that. That said, you're absolutely right in saying it comes down to the number of personnel in the precinct who are trained to do that. I do not have the exact numbers right now. I'm sorry. As you know, the executive officer of the precinct, in this case, it's Captain Leighton Myrie. He's the one that handles the traffic. I just don't have those numbers in front of me. We're going to get back to you on that. And I know that you have a traffic meeting coming up where Captain Myrie is going to be giving the presentation.
Thank you, Captain Zuber. We're going to call on 2 more people and move on. Sometimes people continue to raise their hands. We're going to have Mark Diller, then we're going to have Andrew Albert, and then we're going to move on to the business session. Mark.
Thanks. I just wanted to note that the Help Aiden initiative, the gentleman there was very, very nice, but explained to me that I'm way too old for it. So apparently there is an age limit, and without even seeing my ID, he knew I exceeded it. So I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's in the 40. You have to be under 40 something, and clearly I'm not.
That's right. To sign up for the registry, 44 is the age limit. You stay on the registry until you're 61. I'm not really certain why that is. It has something to do with insurance policies, from what they said. However, that's just with this one group, Be the Match. And they are, from what they said, at the next month, they're lowering the age to be on the registry from 44 down to 40. So I skimmed by this time, and it's a good thing I did when I did.
Thank you. And the last person we're going to call on is Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you. This is likely for Captain Lazarus and Zuber. I don't think this is a Central Park issue, but right in my home, which is on 88th between Columbus and Amsterdam, multiple times a night, I hear the motorized e-bikes and dirt bikes and ATVs go screaming up and down the avenues. And I'm wondering if we're getting any closer to a solution. It's gotten really out of hand, and everybody who knows I'm involved in all of this tells me about it, and I'm sure everybody hears it at night. Is there any hope of stopping these things?
We've spoken about in previous meetings some of the different tactics that are being used around Manhattan North and around the city. And those tactics are still being implemented. And we are in an area right here on the Upper West Side where they're transient as they're coming through. We're not a destination for them. We're not an origination for them.
Sure.
Driving up and down Amsterdam or up and down Broadway, going back and forth to where they come from and where they finally end up.
Hopefully not down Amsterdam.
Hopefully, but you never know. So when I was talking earlier about some of the things that we do to fight the grand launch of the auto problem, as I said, we're being very overt in our efforts. You'll see at nighttime, the officers are driving around in marked cars with the alley lights on, which means there's the large spotlights that are shining off to the side to illuminate the sidewalks, illuminate where the cars are parked, where the motorcycles are parked. We're not trying to hide. We're not trying to sneak up on them. These people who are out that we are actively following, they understand that we're following them, and they very often will make a turn down the wrong way on the first available street they come to, knowing that we are going to be loath to follow them. We're certainly not going to do so quickly. The same exact thing happens on a much larger scale when you get these roving groups of ATVs and dirt bikes. In fact, we've learned that if we stand off a little bit, they act less reckless. Because as soon as we come up and we're close by to them, close enough that we can get a good picture or good video, which we will try to do, and then we'll back off. A lot of the times they are videotaping themselves doing their stunts, and they're live streaming it on YouTube or on other social media. When they see that, it makes a great video for them to do a wheelie directly in front of a marked police car. We've learned from experience that once we can get our video, we back off and we follow them at a safe distance, hoping one of them, which will happen from time to time, will run out of gas or will dump the bike and get up, and we can swoop in and make the arrest at that time. the tactics that are being used elsewhere in the city, where they're staging police officers nearby gas stations, bridges, and other choke points where they realize they're going to have to come in and slow down at some point. It makes it much easier for us to tactically and safely stop them. Fortunately, as I said, this is not a destination for them. This is a throughway, and you're not going to see those tactics so much here on the Upper West Side.
Thank you, Captain Zuber. I want to thank you, all three of you, for showing up, and we hope that we can see you next month. And as we have our meetings throughout the month, from time to time, we've asked for some help or some feedback, and we continue to thank you for your participation. And as we have them, we ask you to continue to show up. But thank you. This has become a pretty big part of our presentation.
Thank you very much. As we were saying earlier, please, if anybody would care to help in any way, shape, or form, help us get the word out. If you reach out to me, I can email you flyers. I'm sure everybody here at CB7 would be happy to help.
If you email me, so Christian, Captain Zuber sent me a picture of it. I don't know if you could take that and post that in the chat as the meeting went on. Captain Zuber, I was looking for a link. I couldn't figure out how to do it, but
email it to me.
I did. So Christian will figure it out, but we'll get that. We'll put that in the chat between now and 3 in the morning when our meeting ends. So don't worry about it.
Thank you very much.
So anyway, thank you very much for showing, everyone. And Christian, if you need anything, let me know. Great. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the business section, and I sort of waited to make some announcements, particularly because I know sometimes people are coming in. I just wanted to reiterate what I call the master of the obvious statement is we got a very full agenda today. We've got 18 voting items. We've got our election committee that's going to go next. So I'm just going to respectfully ask everyone to do a handful of things. And number one, please be efficient with your time. We certainly want to promote dialogue and conversations, but if there's ever a meeting for brevity, today's the day. The second thing is I did want to point out that we're going to go through one time. We're going to limit. We're not going to go through twice. We've got way too long of agenda, so everyone will get an opportunity to speak. But we're going to really frown on going through twice. And the way to do it is you got to make a blanket statement on that. Otherwise, there's sort of people get upset. But we're going to have a long agenda, so everyone's going to speak. But that's your chance to speak. The presenters, we ask to be sort of efficient in their presentation. We want to maximize our Q&A. We will allow the presenters, if a question is asked or there is a clarification, presenters of the resolution will have a right to either answer a question or to sort of clarify something as well. And I'm just looking at my notes here. I think really that's it. I want to emphasize that just the agenda that we have and everyone being respectful that we want to get as many people to speak as well as our community. So with that, I want to start the business session, and we are going to start with our election committee head, Josh Cohen, our chair, to kick off our election season, as we say.
Election season, very good. Hello, everybody. So just briefly, the election committee is myself, Barbara Adler, Christian Cordova, Susan Schwartz, and Benjamin Wu. And we're going to be taking the nominations. We'll start with chair. So I'd like to open up the floor to anybody who has nomination for chair. Barbara?
I'd like to nominate Stephen Brown.
Second?
Second.
All right,
I second.
I
great.
second as well.
Great. Any other nominations? Once, twice?
I move
Okay.
nominations be closed.
Closed. Second. Nomination for chair is closed. I'd like to open up nomination for vice chair. There will be 2 of them. Anybody?
Yes.
Linda?
Yeah, I actually nominate 2 of them. I nominate Andrew Ritchie and I nominate Doug Kleiman. I
Okay.
think they've done an extraordinary job and they're great.
I second.
Second.
Anybody else? No? Okay, we're going to close nominations for vice chair. Nominations for secretary, please. Roberta?
I'd like to nominate Beverly Donahue.
I second.
Terry.
And who was the other person?
I'd like to nominate Seema Reading.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, nominations are closed. Let's move on.
Okay.
Voting will take place at the October full board meeting.
Well, we are
It's going to be a tough race.
Well, we are 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so I'm super excited.
All right.
So that's great. I did want to thank Josh for volunteering his time. He did a great job last year. He's doing it this year, and thank you for taking this on. So let's move into our items, and we're going to start with BCI with both Christian Silva and Linda Alexander.
Aye.
There's going to be 3 items that we're going to vote on. And I'm sorry, I did want to point out one thing before you start, Linda. Everyone should have got an electronic sheet for some of the new members. I don't recall if we had used that in the past, but there should be. We will take manual votes today, but during the meeting or after the meeting, we do ask that you go into the electronic sheet and use that as well. And again, you can do that after the meeting if it's more helpful. We will take both. Christian, anything to add there?
Yes, before we continue. You're supposed to be present before you vote. And one individual voted early today through the whole agenda, and I deleted those votes. You really only can vote if you're present at the meeting during that item. If you're not present on a particular item on the agenda, you have to select no vote because you were not present for that vote.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Christian. And now back to you and Linda for your presentation.
Well, number 1 was the support of food delivery workers and bathroom access. At this point, I'm hopeful that everybody read the resolution. I think it was fair. We had a lot of help, by the way, from Ken Coughlin, and we had a lot of help from our colleagues on transportation. I want to thank them very much. It was a robust discussion. I guess, is there any discussion?
All the question.
Call the question.
Okay, do we take the vote?
Yeah, so I think, Bev, you're going to be counting today. So if we can all raise our hands who are in support of this. Bev, I know that there's always a handful of people who can't use electric. So why don't you do that?
At this point, we have
I'm having trouble raising my
31
hand.
electronic
What
hands.
am I missing?
And I will look for any physical hands. I see none. So 31 in favor.
Bev, I see 35.
33, I'm sorry. Some late.
Let's just pause a minute because it seems like it's going up. So can everyone vote? And everyone should press, if you're in support of this, please raise your hand digitally. Okay, I see 37.
37.
Because we're having a little bit of time, does anybody want to verbally vote yes? Because I think it's a little challenging for us to sort of look through. Great. Okay. I forgot that okay, hands were lowered. Anyone against? Okay, I'm going to keep pausing because I saw a hand go up, then a hand went down. So I'm going to ask again, anybody voting against? Anybody verbally want to vote against? Okay, I see 0, Bev. How about yourself?
0.
Great. Anybody abstaining? I'm going to keep waiting. I see 1 digital hand. Any verbal abstainings?
Are you kidding?
Linda, you're abstaining?
No.
Oh, okay. So we have 1 abstaining and anybody for cause. Let me see. So that's another 0, correct, Bev?
I see none. So it's 37 to 0 to 1 to 0.
Great. So I just wanted to make a mention that I'm really proud of the work that we've done here and happy. And I did want to mention that I was somewhat disappointed at some of the coverage, particularly around blogs around this. I think it was certainly not fair, and it certainly didn't represent that. Community Board 7 never voted against this. We took on a process. That process took a little bit longer than people like, and I know that's frustrating in today's society, but at the end of the day, there was a measured approach. No one ever voted against this. They just took a different pause, and we ended up getting there. And I think sometimes we have to be willing to wait to get things done. And I just wanted to thank everyone who both worked on this and supported this. And again, sometimes we have to look at some blogs that have a specific agenda with a little bit of scrutiny and understand that they may have a position. So that being said, let's move on to our other items.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, Christian, you wanted, we have 2 new SLA, 2-year liquor licenses. There were new applications. They're very, I don't want to say, they're very, very pro forma. We're looking forward. We have 2 new applications. I mean, that's a wonderful thing. We have new restaurants, actually, an older restaurant, but anyway, so so it's very exciting.
Well, one of them was a change because they were changing the name of the restaurant.
Yeah, they were changing, and then we have the third one, which we could always do. We could actually bundle this, which is it's an alteration application because that was a change in corporate name.
Well, no, that was one of the first 2. The third one was they expanded.
Oh, right, they expanded. Okay.
They expanded the location, so they need to cover the new space. So
Call the question and move to bundle.
Bundle all 3.
Yeah, they were not controversial.
So when you vote, you have to mark vote on 2 and 3.
All in favor, yeah.
Okay, raise your hands for those in favor.
Okay. Great. Let's just continue to wait a few moments, Bev, as it moves upwards.
Where am I?
Okay. Great. I see
40.
I see 40 digital. Shelley, I do see your digital hand raised, so you don't have to do your physical one. I appreciate the emphasis. Okay. Okay, so let's lower the hands, Christian. Let's just lower them again because I think it was let's everyone just wait.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We're gonna lower the hands. Okay, anybody against? I don't see any digital. I'm looking for any anybody verbally. I don't see anybody non-verbally. We should say non-digital. Okay, Bev, so I think that's a 0.
0.
Mad, your hand's raised, so I'm not sure if you can lower. I'll lower it for you. I'm not sure if that's a mistake, but I'm going to lower it for you. Any abstaining? That's another 0. And any for cause? Great. So that's another 0.
40 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay. So let's move on to transportations. I did want to make a note that there was about an hour before the meeting, there was an updated resolution. There was a little bit of an error in the exact language. I wanted to make sure that everyone either saw that or caught that, but there was a slight update on the original language of that reso. And I wanted to make that announcement. With that, I think, Andrew, you're going to be handling this?
Sure. With assistance, I'm sure, from Howard. So we grappled with this e-bikes and scooter issue over many meetings. We grappled with different language. Everybody has seen these things coming the wrong way down their street. A motorized vehicle without a license plate coming the wrong way down your street. What's wrong with that picture? Enforcement, as the resolution reads, it's not non-existent. It is not near enough. And we heard that basically from our police speakers today, really. They have to try to get a handle on these things. In the meanwhile, we have drafted some language asking DOT to undertake a study to have more enforcement. Hopefully you all have the language, and we're certainly ready for any questions that arise about this. But we're asking for enforcement, the licensing of these vehicles, perhaps after looking at a study, DOT puts an age requirement or a licensing requirement or something. But you should not be able to just buy one of these things and caroon 30 or 40 miles an hour. Sometimes these things are going that fast the wrong way down the street. Something wrong with that picture. So basically our resolution is to ask for a study and for more enforcement and to license these things and to keep them out of bike lanes because they are endangering cyclists and pedestrians as well. You're muted, Steve, I think.
I'm a victim of my own direction. I forgot to make one announcement earlier on. I would ask that if you have a question to please raise your hand early in the conversation. It's sometimes challenging when some people add at the last minute. When you're running the meeting, you're trying to queue up or you're trying to plan. So I would just encourage people that want to please raise it right away. I know perhaps they may change your mind, but if you're well intended to do so, I would ask that you raise your hand right away if it's an issue, because it helps me allow to plan during the conversation. So I will call on, let's call on Jay first. I think he was the one that offered the resolution. So Jay.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew summarized the three elements in the resolution. The first is pending the study by DOT, who I assume will also do it in consultation with state DOT and with the NYPD, pending the study of how these e-bikes should be regulated, how the laws should be enforced, et cetera. The first part of the resolution said, pending that study, that these e-bikes, which are, throttle controlled two-wheel vehicles that can go at least a maximum of 25 miles an hour, that pending the review by the various state agencies, that they not be permitted to operate in the existing bike lanes, which frankly were not designed or constructed to accommodate these vehicles. I mean, we have motorcycles, we have scooters, we have mopeds, none of which can operate in the bike lanes because they're not pedal controlled. They don't meet the existing definition of bicycles, which is human powered in the vehicle and traffic law. So it's a matter of what I believe to be, at least until we have a better handle on how to treat these issues, a matter of pedestrian safety as well as normal cyclist safety. The second item deals with enforcement, and I think the best example of what's going on is some of the remarks that were made by the precinct captains. E-bikes have proliferated exponentially in say the last year, and the state vehicles law was amended to allow them to operate in the city. And frankly, I think there's little history regarding their operation, and I think there was not much analysis before they were legalized as to what the rules and regulations should be. So we heard the police captains describe problems, and as Andrew enumerated, it's undisputed, we've all seen it. E-bikes going the wrong way on one-way streets, going through red lights without hesitating. I've heard from a couple of of you, my colleagues on the board, about the problem of e-bikes going extended distances on the sidewalk. There's a lot going on. And to the extent that they have the manpower and the availability, we want to encourage the police to enforce the traffic laws. Again, it's a matter of basic safety, particularly for pedestrians. And finally, number 3 was asking them to do the study, to include the operation rules and regulations. We have issues of should they be registered. We have issues of being able to identify the owners and operators. You have issues of liability insurance. You have issues of safety of the actual operators of the e-bikes themselves. For example, should they be subject to state helmet laws, things like that. So we really need a comprehensive review, and that's what the resolution is designed to encourage.
Thank you, Jay. I'm just pointing out, I think there's 6 hands raised. I thought there'd be a few more. So if you want to be heard on this issue, I ask that you raise your hand now, and I'll move to Doug.
Yeah, and I'll be brief because we got to move on. I just want to say that I generally support this resolution. People that have seen me in meetings have known that I've been very vocal about the fact that it feels like the wild, wild west out there. I am very pro bicycle and I love the expansion, but I think we may have gotten a little bit over our skis. We've, when the state, legalized a lot of these bikes, I think there wasn't enough planning and thought and regulation and study. So I think we're calling for that now. Yeah, I'm glad, I think Andrew and Jay pretty much described it. I am concerned also about the most vulnerable of our citizens, elderly, young people, disabled people. I know that I have elderly disabled parents and I can't walk across even an intersection without wondering if someone's going to come by through a red light or, not yield. So I support this, and I always say safety is first. And I think that's what this does. It's a good step. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich Robbins.
Unmute.
Yep, thank you. So I'm first of all concerned that Jay's resolution is very different from what people are talking about. The resolution talks about e-bikes, where people are talking now about illegal motorcycles and scooters. And it's a very different thing. And I think we're, especially given that the resolution wasn't distributed until 45 minutes before this meeting, I don't know if anyone's had a chance to actually read what we're talking about. And I really urge everyone to do so. I joined CB7 for one reason. I want to make our streets safer and prevent fatalities and the hundreds of injuries that happen on our streets every year. And this resolution has the appearance of doing that, but it'll do the opposite. It targets e-bikes and scooters. Of course, that means it targets delivery workers. Just 15 minutes ago, we passed a resolution saying delivery workers should be able to go to the bathroom only after we were shamed into doing so. And now we're discussing a resolution that wants to ban the delivery workers from the bike lanes we created to save lives, forcing them to ride with cars and trucks in the motor vehicle lanes. Of course, it's not just delivery workers, it's also anyone riding an electric city bike, which is 20% of their fleet and 38% of rides. Fortunately, even if we were to approve this resolution, the DOT, City Council, and New York State Legislature would never listen, as doing so would surely lead to fatalities of delivery workers and others. There's clearly a problem. We've had 2 fatalities in our community recently. As Doug said in our committee meeting, we've got to do something, but we need to do something that'll work, and this is not it. Not only will this not work, but it'll cause more fatalities for heated, which it won't be, and it'll be another embarrassment for CB7, again showing contempt for delivery workers. You might think the resolution's okay as it passed the Transportation Committee, but the Transportation Committee's changed dramatically in the past year. I urge everyone on the board to give a really close look at the resolution before you vote on it. When you put the
Thank you, Rich. So
no, I'm not done yet, and Jay talked twice as long as I have so far.
First off, I'm sorry. I thought, Rich, if you can pause a minute, I thought you were done. Number 2, I'm just announcing that the resolution is up. I did want to clarify, the resolution was sent a day ago. There was an error in sending it over. but people can read the resolution. Rich, if you'd like to wind up your conversation.
Okay,
I
so
would-
the resolution calls for helmet requirements, even though helmets are already required for delivery cyclists. It also calls for identification methods that are already required for delivery cyclists. Scooters are already required to have license plates and driver's license. It calls for financial responsibility. I spent over an hour trying to find liability insurance and couldn't find any insurer that offers policies for delivery cyclists. And I reached out to DoorDash and they had no ideas. It also calls for delivery workers to have insurance to protect others, not medical insurance, disability, workers' comp, or paid sick leave to cover themselves. Also calls for age requirements, even though delivery app companies already require workers to be 18. And there's clearly a huge economic issue with delivery cyclists. I've talked about it, I've written about it. We've got to address that issue. Ticket blitzes haven't helped because it hasn't changed the economic issues. It's not to say we shouldn't do something, we have to do stuff, but we need to be laser focused on things that are going to work, and this doesn't do that. One is we need to deal with the issue.
We really have to wind up the time, so if you can wind it up, I'd appreciate it. And
Yeah.
change resolution, so we got a little more time, but there's a bunch of people behind you, so could you sum up your conversation, please?
Yeah, and I'll again note that I'm giving less time than others, but we urgently need to address the issue of bike lanes going through restaurants. I'm a huge fan of both outdoor dining and bike lanes, but this is a fatality waiting to happen. Jay talked about people riding on the sidewalk. Definitely, we've got to deal with that, but that's not even in this resolution. And most importantly, we have to deal with the economic issue of delivery cyclists. And I think the only way to make that happen is by making delivery cyclists employees and not independent contractors. And that's what we should be focused on.
Thank you, Rich. I did want to note, we're traditionally trying to hold people to 2 minutes. I think that's actually in the bylaws, and I know it's difficult. Jay, it was Jay's resolution, so I think you got a little more time. If somebody has a resolution, I think we talked about, announced in the beginning that they would be able to talk about the resolution. So let's just we've got 8 people, we've got a lot of audience members, so let's move on. I'm just going to start now going down the top of the queue. We've got about 8 more panelists, so I'm hoping to kind of work through them. Richard Ash.
And Steve, stop me when I reach 2 minutes. I probably won't even reach it. After hearing, I agree with everything that Rich Robbins said, so I won't repeat it. But there are a few other things to consider in deciding whether or not to support this resolution. First, not all e-bikes can travel 20 miles an hour. I'm considering buying an e-bike because I'm having difficulty riding up hills in Connecticut, which I could easily sprint up a few years ago. Those bikes are pedal assist and are completely safe and probably slower than the typical bike that's in a bike lane. This resolution would cover those bikes and would prohibit them from bike lanes and basically from the streets because they can't be in traffic. Second, I think we ought to be careful what we wish for. There is no evidence in the resolution, none that I've seen, and no logical reason why confining e-bike to traffic lanes as opposed to bike lanes will cut down on pedestrian injuries. My guess is that having these e-bikes weave in and out, going the wrong way, exceeding speed limits, if they're in the traffic lanes, they have far more room to weave around and will cause more accidents and more pedestrian fatalities. I would have supported the original resolution that was in our packet, which called for a study of this. But before there's a study, I would not jump to the conclusion that keeping these bikes out of bike lanes makes things safer. I obviously agree that scooters and any non-bike ought to be out of the bike lanes, but e-bikes, I think it's premature to say that this is going to help safety.
Rich, just so you know, the pedal assist bike that you were describing that you would love to get is not covered in this resolution. Pedal
Yes, it
assist
is.
bikes.
It says electric assist.
Yeah.
It is
Guys, we're not
absolutely a
gonna have
Listen.
crosstalk. We're not gonna have crosstalk. We're gonna keep moving on. And we're gonna go to the next person. Thank you, Richard. We're not gonna have crosstalking. Christian.
Robin's makes good points. I like the resolution, except for the part of banning actual e-bikes from bicycle lanes, because I think that putting them on the traffic lanes is not the real solution. We need to have enforcement or speeding enforcement for the e-bikes on the bike lanes. Also, I would like to, if possible, if you could add to the resolution that the DOT studies ways of maybe changing the way the bicycle lanes operate right now in light of the restaurant sitting on the streets, because as Robin said, that is an accident, a fatality waiting to happen. And if the DOT can make a study, so maybe if they can find a way of redirecting the bike lanes or making the speed to above the curve, have the bike lanes somehow go behind the restaurant seating, that would probably be safer, but they will need to study it. Thank you.
Keep muting myself. Apologies. Ken?
Yeah. In addition to embarrassing Committee Board 7, this resolution's result will be to discourage the use of green alternatives to motor vehicles on New York City streets. And its most pernicious clause is the one asking DOT to ban e-bikes and e-scooters from bike lanes, which will only deprive cyclists of life-saving cycling infrastructure. Under this proposal, the following would be banned from bike lanes: electric city bikes, e-bikes pulling trailers, which are now making many of the last mile deliveries in an environmentally friendly way in our district. The growing number of parents transporting their children on electric cargo bikes would be forced into traffic, and e-scooters. Meanwhile, mopeds, such as the one that likely killed actress Lisa Baines, and high-powered e-scooters are already illegal in bike lanes. Banning e-bikes and e-scooters from bike lanes and forcing them to play in traffic will only add to the mayhem and close calls on our streets. And this resolution will also make CB7 look terrible because it implicitly targets immigrant delivery workers, most of whom are undocumented. The rise of e-mobility devices on our streets is not an emergency, as the resolution states, but climate change is an emergency. And the e-vehicles this resolution proposes to ban and discourage through placing impediments to their use are a solution to this mounting disaster. This is not to say that the rise of e-mobility devices on our streets hasn't come with growing pains and some dangers, but fear-mongering and ham-handedly banning them from bike lanes is no solution and will only create more danger. And I'm going to present 6 real solutions. Number 1, address current incentives for delivery workers to ride irresponsibly. As the great Upton Sinclair once observed, it is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. Number 2, require third-party app companies to give workers the same type of identification now required of restaurant delivery workers. Number 3, require app companies to carry liability insurance on all of their delivery workers. Not the workers carry the insurance, the app companies carry the liability insurance. Number 4, confiscate illegal high-powered mopeds as well as e-scooters capable of going more than 15 miles an hour. 5, change hit and run laws so that they are the same for all vehicles. 6,
can we start to sum up?
I am at number 6, Steve.
All right. I didn't know there was 8, 9, or 10.
I said 6.
I think I heard you said 6. My thing dropped out, but let's sum it up on 6. That's a great number.
Widen bike lanes to accommodate the growing number of different legal users. These are real ways to address problems on our streets, not grandstanding like this resolution. The present resolution is actually irresponsible It targets and endangers the lives of immigrant workers and anyone else riding an electric bicycle or scooter. Please reject it.
Thank you, Ken. Kristen Berger, one of our new members.
Hi. I'm not going to get into the weeds about what works or doesn't work for bike lanes, but I am going to be a little pedantic about the language. Because in the resolution, point 1 drew a conclusion, and then point 3 asked for a study. So I was sort of thrown by that. I thought if we're asking for a study, fair enough, but that we therefore would follow the conclusions of said study. So that's my concern. I don't know if someone wants to explain why it's written in that order or why it draws a conclusion before the study. Thanks.
Sure. Jay, you want to answer the question? And I see you're,
Sure. Kristen, the reason that it was drafted this way is, and you're right in the sense that item number 1 asks for a specific action, whereas item number 3 asks for a study. And by the way, just as an aside, Rich said that this resolution was asking them to require things like helmet requirements, registration law. It's not what the language said. It's asking them to study the feasibility of all these things, including some of those items. But anyway, that's the reason why number 1 is I felt, and 7 out of 10 members of the Transportation Committee felt, that this, because of the deaths that have occurred, not only in our district, but there were a couple in Queens, I believe, and one in the Bronx, that this was an immediate action. It's a temporary action that can be taken to render the situation more safe. I mean, I disagree with a lot of the conclusions about whether or not banning e-bikes from the bike lanes would be more dangerous for a whole host of reasons. And finally, 2 items. Rich pointed out that the number 2 here doesn't call specifically for enforcement of the e-bikes being operated on sidewalks. In fact, that issue, I think it was raised by Barbara at the committee meeting. And I know I responded by saying I would add that language. And I'm happy to do so as a friendly amendment. Secondly, to Richard's point, the vehicle and traffic law lists 3 categories of electrically assisted bikes. The first one is a pedal assisted bike, which is more limited in its speed and requires pedaling. And I understand that concern. My personal preference temporarily would be to ban all electrically assisted bikes, but I'm willing to accept an exception for that first category of bikes that require pedal assisted before the electronic assistance will kick in and continue pedaling, as opposed to throttle assisted e-bikes.
so Jay, just to clarify, is that a friendly amendment? You're going to clarify that this is for throttle assisted and
if Richard Ash or anyone else wants to offer that as an amendment, I will accept it as friendly, just to make an exception for that category.
well, I don't know. We have to formalize it. I think it's been talked about. So
okay, then
we can just move forward.
Fine.
Yeah. I think it's been discussed. So
yeah, I mean, I
clarify. Jay's going to amend an amendment to clarify that now pedal assist for city banks will not be part of this, of the request to be in the bike lanes. It's only throttle assisted e-bikes. So to clarify. Thank you. Let's move on. Sarah.
Great, thanks. Just to say at the outset, I wrote my own statement. It wasn't prepared for a lobbyist by me. And I believe it's perfectly acceptable to write a statement before you start speaking. Before we discuss the merits of the resolution, we need to be clear about our language and what we're even talking about. Rich mentioned that there are different classes of vehicles, but I'm still not sure If we're talking about mopeds, of course, they must be licensed and must drive with traffic. And furthermore, illegal mopeds should be taken off the street. E-scooters, to me, that term means, and I believe officially that term means the kind of scooter that you stand up on, or maybe there's a seat off the board, but those scooters should definitely be allowed to ride in bike lanes, and anything that is a bicycle that has that structure must be allowed to ride in a bike lane. Anything else would be incredibly dangerous. It would lead to people dying, and this board would have blood on our hands, and there's no way I can support that. People ride e-bikes, even throttle assist e-bikes, because they're easier than regular bikes. They can get up hills better. They can, get going easier. Seniors, people with health issues use these. And I can't believe that this board is considering pushing those people into vehicle traffic. From the perspective of pedestrians, it's better that bikes and scooters, e-bikes and scooters, not mopeds, use the bike lane so we know where to expect them. In fact, I've heard many people on this board complain before that those e-bikes are frequently weaving through traffic. So let's make sure they're using the bike lane where they belong. This resolution would honestly make the streets less safe for all users. In the wake of 2 record-breaking storms in mere weeks, demonstrating that the climate crisis is not coming, it's here, we should be doing everything we can as a board to make our city more sustainable and resilient. And this resolution is the exact opposite of that. City-bike reported a record daily use the day after Hurricane Ida shut down the subways. And many of those city bikes were e-bikes. Bikes, e-bikes, and e-scooters are a sustainability issue. They lessen our climate impact and they help New Yorkers get around when the damage we have already done to the climate leads to catastrophic flooding on our subways. And just to put a finer point on it, much of that damage that we have already done to our earth and our climate that is literally already killing New Yorkers was done by the excessive number of vehicles on our streets. I also want to mention something that happened to a friend of mine to illustrate that just calling for more enforcement can be very damaging. An Indian friend of mine from grad school is living in New York on a work visa, working as a consultant. He rides a bike regularly and generally follows the rules. One day he came up to a red light and stopped for the light. However, because of the street design, there was no safe place for him to stop. So he went slightly up onto the sidewalk. Police, who have been encouraged to do more enforcement of bikes, ticketed him because it was an easy ticket to write. It wasn't actually dangerous behavior, and in fact, he was following the rule of stopping for a red. But it was an easy ticket to write and helped the police get their numbers up. But it has had catastrophic effects on him. This ticket has impacted his immigration status, and he may lose his job and his ability to live in the United States, all because he stopped for a red light and briefly moved his bike onto the sidewalk to keep himself safe. Of course, preventing dangerous behavior is an important goal and one that we should work towards, but let's do it smartly and with consideration of the consequences, and this resolution does neither.
Thank you. Clary.
My question, when I formed it, went to the apparent ambiguity or lack of clarity in the resolution as it was written as to whether pedal assist bikes were the subject of the included in the subject of the resolution. That's been resolved now by Jay's voluntary amendment. So I guess that question is moot. I had another observation that all such vehicles, including pedal assist, are, I believe, illegal in the parks, but I think it's probably a good idea that this resolution doesn't really talk about that. One other just quick thing, Richard Ash said, and I understand why Richard wants to have and is about to have or does have a pedal assist bike, but the idea that they are totally safe may or may not be true for the cyclist. But if you're a pedestrian and a pedal assist biker comes barreling towards you, you don't necessarily feel any safer than you do if a throttle assist biker comes barreling towards you. But I think I understand that pedal assist is not part of this resolution, so that's where we are now.
Thank you. Miranda.
Hi, everyone. I also wanted to echo everyone who rejects the language of banning these bikes. I think that takes a step too far. And I wanted to just, in a previous meeting, we had heard from delivery workers who talked about the extreme distances that they're expected to go between deliveries. And so I find this idea of banning these e-bikes really harmful to them and really not taking into account, their role as members of our community. So that's all.
Okay, we have 2 more hands and then we're going to move to the community. Jeanette?
Yes, I just want to point out that if somebody doesn't vote for this resolution, that does not mean that they're for unsafe riding or that they're against bikes. I think everybody is mature enough to make their own decision on whether this resolution, how it's written, is the best thing for the community board to put forward. So I resent people who say, oh, how could you imagine not voting or voting for this? But the other thing is transportation planners have many tools in their toolbox to regulate things. And so on the one hand, asking for a study is fine. And I would go if the resolution was just asking for a study. But because, as mentioned earlier, the resolution starts with a bold statement conclusion that we should ban these bikes, electric bikes, from the bike path, rather than using any of the other tools such as speed limits or other devices, I have to vote against the resolution. And so I just make that statement in case anybody wants to remove that first clause.
Okay, well, we'll continue to go through and we'll open that up as a conversation. Barbara?
Yes, I will be very brief and no notes. I am completely 100% in favor of this resolution. I don't know how many times I and almost everybody whom I know, including many of my community board colleagues, have to endure almost getting hit by an e-bike or something going the wrong way or going too fast, scaring the daylights out of everybody on the bike lane. I think this is an important resolution. That's why it passed the Transportation Committee. And I will be voting in favor of it. And I hope some of you will as well. Thank you.
Steve, before the community speaks, I'd like to say something.
Okay, I'm just going to ask again that if we can raise our hands, I'm trying to budget that, we have a lot of time, and when people, just if everyone can raise their hands, I can do that a little bit better. But go ahead, Howard.
I share everyone's concern about street safety. I have been thinking about this literally for decades. And yes, taking the e-bikes out of the bike lane will make the bike lane safer. I agree with that. I think that's objectively right. The problem is it's going to make the rest of the street much less safe. To have all of these various vehicles weaving in and out of traffic is going to inevitably cause many more injuries and probably more death. That is not the answer. What is the answer? I've said this probably a dozen times at the community board. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I pay high taxes to employ experts. I think we should look to them to figure out how to make our streets safer. Yes, there is definitely absolutely a problem, but the one thing the community board should not do is to identify a problem and potentially make it worse. This clearly makes it worse. Having e-bikes in the bike lane is far from optimal. I use City Bike all the time. I never use the e-assist, by the way. Maybe in a few years I will. But the point is that it's unnerving to me when a throttle bike comes whizzing by. But that said, having those people weaving in and out of traffic, people talk about going the wrong way. Could you imagine that in traffic, having delivery people going the wrong way in traffic? That is asking for much more trouble. Clearly, we need to make the streets safer. This does not do that. And in fact, in my opinion, it makes it less safe. So let's come up with, we have our meeting next week. You're all welcome to come Tuesday at the Transportation Committee. Let's talk about how we can make the streets safer. This, in my opinion, doesn't do it.
Thank you. Can we go to the audience? I mean, the community, Christian? Now for the show, the audience. Can we go to the Christian? Do we have audience members? I see one hand physically raised.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, we have 3 people sign up, and I think one of them is no longer with us, but we're going to allow the next person to speak. It's going to be Christina Wales. Let me allow her to speak. Hold on. Okay, Christina, you can speak now. Let me. Okay.
Christina?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just going to speak Christian. I would suggest that you start promoting the other people that are going to speak as well now.
Sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
I will be, okay, I'll be very brief. I first, raised my hand to speak in favor. to is I carry a cargo bike. I am considering getting an e-assist. It would be horrifying if my children and I were forced into traffic lane. I say I want to echo the things that other people on the panel have said. There are other things that you can do besides banning these things and targeting delivery workers. You can make.
Christine, I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. Unless it's me, I don't know if it's me. I hear it correctly.
No, everyone has it. We all have
Everyone
that
has
problem.
it.
We're not hearing you correctly.
There's a bandwidth issue, I think, on your end, Christine.
I'm sorry, Christina, we're going to move on. Unfortunately, we can't hear you well. If you'd like to put something in the chat, we'll keep an eye. Christian, you want to go to the next?
Yeah, next person is Lisa Ormond.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm curious where the data is in this resolution. I hear a lot of fear mongering and anecdotal stories, but I'm not really hearing anything about actual crashes. As an Upper West Sider who spent a lot of time fighting to make our streets safer for all road users, including delivery cyclists, I'm pretty appalled that we are now discussing doing the exact opposite. As Rich said, this resolution targets delivery cyclists. And I don't know if they are here to speak tonight, but they are moving to motor scooters more and more. And we can't encourage this transition by pushing them out of the safety of bike lanes. Our planet is begging us not to do that. We need to keep people on bikes. Jay said that the bike lanes weren't designed or constructed to contain these vehicles, I believe he called them. So instead of pushing out the very people we want to protect, let's make the bike lanes work for all bikers and widen them. Faster riders on the outside and slower riders like me and my kids and all of the kids trying to bike to school, and yes, many of them on e-bikes, would be near the curb. Please vote no on this resolution. It's not going to make our streets safer. Sadly, it will do the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian, anyone else?
No.
Great. So I'm going to have, as we said, we're only going through one, so I'm going to have Courtney speak, and then I'm going to speak, and then we're going to go to vote. So Courtney.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I wish we could take the temperature down on this discussion a little bit. Some of the language is just really exacerbating the issue. I will say I wish this resolution only called for a study and for greater enforcement. As a parent with young kids, it is really hard to see those bikes coming quickly. And if it called for those two things, I think we'd be in a much stronger position on this. But anyway, just wanted to say I wish we were limited to those two pieces of this rather than the third.
Thank you.
I have some thoughts, but I guess I wanted to open that to Jay. Jay, do you have any thoughts? There seems to be some requests to focus on two of the items.
Steve, I have a substitute resolution. I have a substitute resolution at an appropriate time.
I beg your pardon?
I have a substitute resolution to offer at an appropriate time.
Okay,
I'll leave it up to Stephen. Do you want me to respond to what your comment about the content, or do you want to?
Well, I guess there was a request, and we said there was a request if perhaps one of the items was removed, that there would be more support for the other two. I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that. You can say.
Yeah, I just comment briefly, and I understand it, but again, a couple of things. Number one, as a practical matter, you know, I didn't want this to focus solely on delivery people, but if you look at the patterns on the west side, and we all do, we all live here, we have a northbound bike lane along Central Park. So nobody is delivering to Central Park. So we have a northbound one on Amsterdam Avenue and a southbound one on Columbus. And clearly a lot of the pickups originate there, but the majority of the deliveries, and I understand this is anecdotal, but I think we can all observe this, the majority of the deliveries are on West End Avenue, Riverside Drive, the side streets. So all of these delivery people, it's not like they're just picking up and delivering along the bike lanes. and to suggest that somehow, and again, I emphasize the word temporary, this temporary ban pending a study is somehow going to drive all these people into the roadway, I feel is inaccurate at best. They are in the roadway. They are constantly.
Jay, not to cut you off. I think the question I'm trying to say is, do you want to?
And so the answer is,
do you want to keep it the same, or do you want to?
I think that the resolution needs to stand as it is.
Thank you. I'm going to make a couple comments, and then Richard, I think you want to propose something alternative. I'm going to be kind of brief. I think we often take in lots of things, and lots of conversations that I think that often complicates issues. I'm a bike rider. I bike often. There's three things that I would simply just say. We've done a great job moving bikes forward. We voted, I think the Upper West Side has done a great job putting bike lanes, and we've been somewhat supportive. Often progress starts with sort of 3 steps forwards and a half a step back and a reset. My sense is that I believe that the roads that we are walking around are very chaotic. I hear constant conversations and concerns of people almost being run over. And I particularly, in the bike lanes, will speak for myself, am very uncomfortable with throttle e-bikes throttling 25 miles an hour. And I've almost had two accidents this week because of that. Slightly trying to turn right, guy was zooming up next to me, almost ran into him, and another one clipped my handrail by accident. So I'm just speaking for myself. I feel uncomfortable, and I can tell you that my son, which is no longer even riding bike lanes, he'll go down to the park. He gets nervous around them. I think that e-bikes were incorrectly, throttle e-bikes were incorrectly categorized as bikes. They are, to me, much closer to mopeds. They're more closer in speed, in size. And the last part is, we can all debate. My personal opinion is that the greater good of safety is supported by this resolution. And I hope that the mayor, who verbally spoke when he was sort of questioned that he thought there was challenges with e-bikes in bike lanes. Perhaps it's not the answer, but I think the greater good of this is to talk about a study. The greater good is to look at this. And that's what I'm going to focus on. I'm going to focus on because I think there's some chaos out there. And there was a question about data. The one data point is that we had one of our elected officials respond. They said the #1 complaint of the community over the summer was complaints about bikes and e-bikes. And we heard that from the police. So I do think that's a piece of data that we should all take under consideration. So those are my thoughts. Richard, to yourself, it seems like you want to propose.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to eliminate paragraph 1 of the proposed resolution and include in paragraph 3 a study of whether it's appropriate to move throttle assisted bikes into out of bike lanes.
Okay. Well, since you're the parliamentarian, you're going to have to work with me. So,
all right. Well, I'll second the amendment then.
So I think we'll be voting now on your substitute.
Correct.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
We need a second.
If that is passed, then that is passed, and that if it's not passed, then we will vote on the resolution as a whole. Correct?
It needs to be seconded, and I can't second it.
I second it.
Okay.
It's not a substitute resolution.
Had so much discussion. I would move that we not have any further discussion. That we vote.
Yes.
I'd like to say something as one of the chairs of the committee.
I second that.
I just want to say something. The police have made a decision how to deploy their resources. We're second guessing them and asking them to alter their allocation of resources without any analysis, without any input from them.
We are going to close conversation. It is 8 o'clock, and we need to limit to 2. There's a lot of emails coming in. We've had quite a bit of debate. I believe Roberta is correct in moving forward. It's a very straightforward thing. Everyone had a chance to speak. So let's
not on this alternative resolution, though.
Well, there is a position not to open the return on the resolution and go to a vote, and I'm going to ask to go, and I'm going to support that and go to a vote. It is 8 o'clock. We're on the second. We are having a tremendous thing in front of us, and everyone got a chance to speak on this, and much longer than 2 minutes, which a lot of people were complaining about to me on this. So
just
Richard,
technically, it's not a substitute resolution. Richard proposed an amendment.
Okay, so there's an
That's right.
amendment
What are we voting
to
on?
the current one that we are going to vote on now.
On
It's
what?
the
It
amendment.
was seconded.
It's an amendment.
And let's move forward.
Can someone clarify the amendment?
Yeah, I
Richard,
don't
can you
understand
clear-
what we're voting on.
The
We're going to do
amendment
that.
is essentially,
I'm going to mute
to-
everyone and I will ask Richard to speak, but let's move forward. We have again, Richard, please clarify what you want and then we'll move to a vote.
the amendment is to eliminate paragraph 1 of the proposed resolution.
You want to clarify for everyone, paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1 is the paragraph that creates the so-called temporary ban on all e-bikes, but now limited to throttle-assisted e-bikes in bike lanes.
So this will be, this is removing the clause
Right.
regarding bikes.
We're asking for enforcement and we're asking for a study, but we're eliminating any current action.
Any questions on that? We're going to call the vote. Great. Okay, so let's vote. We are now voting to support Richard's amendment. Okay.
Well,
so
hopefully we're voting to support it, but some people might oppose it.
Understood. That's what people ask what we're doing.
So
So-
are we voting now? Are we digitally or raising hands on the amendment?
Yes.
Digitally.
If you can, again, if you can digitally raise your hand, please do so. For some reason you can't, I'll give you an offer. But Ethel, I see your digital hand up.
Thank you.
Great. So we're going to wait a little bit more. All digital hands to support this. Okay, so that is, we're going to wait a few more minutes. There's 25 digital hands up. Anybody who's physically raising their hand? Great. So Bev, are we in agreement? 25-4?
25, yes.
Okay. Christian, can you lower the hands? Can you lower that again? Nobody raised their hand yet? Okay, those against Richard's amendment. Okay, so there's 10.
11.
11. Mine's a physical hand, so you can make that 12.
Well,
Okay, can we remove that, Christian? Abstaining. Pausing a little more. There's 3 abstaining.
4.
Hands are going up, so please, we're gonna stop here. 4 abstaining. 5 abstaining. And the bidder goes too. No, 5 abstaining. Great. Anyone physically doing so? Okay, so let's lower that. And then for cause. Okay,
None.
so 0. So Bev, you want to summarize?
25 to 12 to 5 to 0. The motion carries.
Okay, so Richard's amended resolution passes. We're done with this item, correct? We move on to the next one. Thank you, everyone.
Correct.
I just had a quick question. How do we mark this in our sheets?
You still have to vote on the amended resolution.
Okay.
We voted on. We just voted on it.
No, we didn't.
On the amendment. On the
No, we
sheet.
didn't.
My
James, right.
question
On
is
the
on the
amendment.
sheet. How do
We
I?
have to
vote
vote
on
on
the
the
amendment.
on the amended
You have to
resolution.
vote on the resolution.
Which way did
Okay,
the other?
everyone's going to stop. We're going to get, so to clarify, the resolution has been amended to reflect Richard's language. We are now going to vote in support of that resolution. In other words, what you did was I don't know if it'll be the same way, but you voted on changing it. So we're going to vote again. So now we're voting.
Could the amended text be put?
Something happened. There is no additional text. It's the removement of the text. Or can you clarify, Richard? We're removing clause 1 and you were adding one thing, Richard. Can you clarify that again? Did we lose Richard? Richard, you're muted.
We voted on a
Yeah.
new amendment and that passed, so we don't have to vote again.
Well, technically, they're saying we have to vote again because
Yeah,
we
we have to
voted.
vote. We just voted on the amendment, whether we wanted
Of
to amend
course.
it.
We're going to stop doing this and we're going to move forward because it's going to be quicker if we just vote on it. So I think there seems to be a disagreement, but we're just going to vote on it so we can move forward. So we're voting now. I'm sorry. So let's vote now. You're voting on now. You're formally voting for the Richard's amended version of Jay's original resolution. So let's raise our hands again.
Is
All
the
of those
only
in favor?
change the removal of that first resolved paragraph? Is that the
It's
only change?
removing the first part of it and it is asking for a study at the second part. That's what the new resolution does. It's
The
removing
second
the
part calls
request.
for more enforcement.
Yeah, but there's a
No,
middle
the
part.
third part. It's the third part.
I literally don't understand exactly what we're voting on.
What we just voted on. It's what we just voted on.
Well, what can you explain in words what that means?
You can't.
There were 3 clauses. We voted to remove the first one.
Guys, I'm taking over and I will tell you what. The original resolution has 3 therefores. The first therefore says, pending the completion of a study, request number 3 below, the mayor and the governor take the necessary emergency steps to immediately ban electric assisted bicycles and scooters from using the bike lanes and deliver to the New York State, blah, blah, blah. That is being removed. So that is no longer there. We now have number 2, New York Police Department accelerates its enforcement offers regarding it's asking for additional acceleration for the scooters, particularly regarding obeying signals and excessive speed. The third part says New York Department of Transportation study the feasibility of enacting additional safety measures for e-bikes and scooters, including, but not limited to, helmet requirements, registrations, alternative identification modes, the use of traffic signal cameras, and financial responsibilities and age requirements. I want to point out that it says takes into consideration. It does not mandate any of those. Any other questions? Great. Are we ready to vote?
Call the
Yep.
question.
Thank you. So we're just going to keep waiting for all the digital hands to go up. If you're going to raise your digital hand, I ask that you do so now. Great, that's 28. Right, Bev?
28.
Any physical? I am a physical hand up, Bev, because people should know that when you're the host, you don't have a digital hand.
So
I'm physically up.
that's 29 then?
Okay.
It's 30 actually, if you're one as well. 30?
No, it was 28 plus me make 29.
Okay.
Christian, will you lower the hands? Can we vote those against it? Okay, I'm gonna wait a few more minutes, a few more seconds, I should say. Okay, I see 8. Any physical against? Okay, let's lower the hands, Christian. I think that's 8, Bev.
8.
Abstaining?
3.
I see 3, and for cause. Let's hold on. Can you lower the hands, Christian? Lower it again. And for cause. Thank you. So can you give the final vote now? And this is voting for the resolution as amended according to Richard's language.
29 to 8 to 3 to 0.
Thank you. Okay, let's move forward. We're going on to land use. Land use has a handful. Some of these were already goes back to June, and then there's one obviously very popular one that's a text amendment. Again, I think just giving everyone a time check. We're at 8:09. I think we've gone about extra half hour. I'm really going to ask everyone to be brief. We're going to start really enforcing a 2-minute time limit to the best of our ability.
We have 4 resolutions, 2 of which can be dealt with summarily. Resolution 5 calls for a renewal of a gym between 94th and 95th Street that's been in business for 10 years and has never had any complaints that we're aware of. The only reason we were asked to opine on this is because there was a provision in the zoning resolution that requires us to review gyms initially and on renewal. So we voted in favor. Resolution number 7 is intended to make sure that we never have to waste any more time on gym approvals, because it is an amendment to the zoning resolution to eliminate that requirement. The requirement is a historical artifact that emanates from the proliferation of massage parlors in the 1970s, and is no longer relevant. So we urge that both resolutions be passed, and I have no, Jeanette, unless you object, I move that we bundle those two.
No, I have no objection. I agree. And both votes were unanimous, both for the committee and the non-committee members present. Should we vote on those?
Yep.
Call the question.
All right.
Yes, let's vote on them.
So it's 5 and 7.
And we're bundling 5 and 7, everyone. So if you're in favor of those two bundles, please raise your hand. We're going to wait a few more seconds. Please raise your hand. Please raise your digital hand if you're going to do so now. Great. So we have, Bev, I see 35.
35.
I'm raising my physical hand. Are there any other physical hands? I now see 36 digital hands. So I don't know if we want to relook at that. Again, I would ask if everyone can vote immediately. It's tough because the hands keep going up and down. So there's 36 digital, 1 physical. Christian, can you lower the hands? Christian, can you lower the hands again? Everyone, please stop for a moment, because if you vote while he's lowering her hands, it goes up. Great. So let's go to, you don't, in other words, nobody has to take down their hands. Christian will take down all your hands. Okay. So we will take down your hands. Against this bundle?
I see no one.
Anybody physically? Great. Thank you. Abstaining? Thank you.
None.
For cause. Thank you. Okay. You want to sum it up again, Bev?
37 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Thank you. Richard? Richard and Jeanette, back to the two of you.
Richard, you would. So then the next two resolutions, city planning, the administration is pushing through a number of text amendments to get them past the point of no return before the end of the administration. This always happens. Some of them certainly make sense. And the staff at city planning and other agencies are working very hard on these. However, the next two resolutions, we found a number of issues with. So the first one, number 6, is where the city planning is proposing a zoning text amendment for all new hotel development to require a special permit. A little over a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago, city planning put in a rule that new hotels in manufacturing zones required a special permit. And this indeed made sense because there were a lot of hotels popping up in manufacturing districts in the outer boroughs as of right. It's not really an issue in Manhattan. There appeared to be no really valid reason why permits should be required for every individual hotel that goes up in Manhattan. And so the committee voted against it. We found that they hadn't made a convincing case for the need for the special permit. The main thing too is city planning hadn't defined what the criteria, what the findings would be that one would have to meet in order to determine whether a special permit would be granted or not. So they said that would come later. We know through the work that we've done in the previous special permit for the gyms that this can add a lot of project costs, as much as $50,000, we were told, and delays to a project when it has to go through a special permit instead of being as of right. And the city is already trying to restart its tourism industry, so it's seen poor timing there. And we're concerned that those additional costs are just going to be passed on to the consumer. And it's anybody who's had guests or relatives come to visit, they know that hotels in New York City already cost a fortune. So we don't want the high cost of visiting to be higher. And we even felt that that might have a negative impact on the profusion of Airbnb rentals or consumers looking for other lower places to stay. So our resolution is to vote against the city planning amendment for requiring a permit for all new hotels. And just on note, my understanding is that the reason that the hotel industry, it's not so much the hotel industry wanted this, but rather the union of hotel workers that politically supported the mayor when he was running for president, felt that this is a good way for them to be able to bargain to have union workers in every hotel, which might be a good thing to do, but I'm not sure if this is a proper way to do it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this? Or do we want to go to a vote? Someone want to
Call the question.
Let's call the question.
Great. So let's vote on this. We're going to raise our hands, our digital hands to support this. Again, if everyone can raise their hands now, raise your digital hands now. Just waiting. There's some toggling going on, and we're going to finalize. Speak now, or raise your hand now, or hold your peace. Great. So I see 36, Bev. Do you?
Yes.
Okay. Any physical hands? I'm raising my physical hand. Anyone else? Okay. I think that's 37, correct?
Right.
Christian, will you lower the hands? Thank you. Anybody against? Gonna wait a few seconds. I see one digital hand up. Any physical hands? Okay, Bev, one.
I don't see any.
Okay.
One.
Abstaining. Thank you, Christian. Abstaining. I see 3 hands abstaining. Any physical hand? Anybody want to voice an abstaining? Great. Let's lower those, Christian. And lastly, for cause. So that's a 0. Do you want to summarize the vote, Bev?
37 to 1 to 3 to 0.
Okay, on to the big one.
May I just say one thing quickly?
Is it about one of these?
What we just voted on, very quickly, take 2 seconds.
Okay.
I just want to say that in light of all the retail vacancy on the Upper West Side, the resolution regarding the gyms is a real positive step. It's not going to be an all solution, but small landlords and small boutique fitness have been barred from getting through this elaborate process of going through the PCE BSA. I think we just supported something that's great. It will help small businesses, and it will help to alleviate some vacancies. I think we did a great job on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the big land use one of the day.
All right. This one is a little weird. The city overall would like to overhaul the guidelines that exist with respect to sidewalk cafes. As you all know, there's now a temporary order in effect, which has greatly expanded the use of sidewalk cafes and indeed roadside cafes. The city, the mayor, I assume, and some city council members think that now is the time to expand or at least change rules as opposed that affect cafes. Nobody in our committee disagrees with that premise. What we disagree with is the procedure that the city proposes to effectuate this. you would think that the first step would be the promulgation of at least draft guidelines to replace the existing guidelines that have been developed by a Consumer Protection Agency. And then approval by the city council of changing from consumer protection to DOT, the oversight of these guidelines. And then finally, a change in the zoning resolution, which would eliminate any reference to sidewalk cafes and leave the decisions with respect to cafes in the hands of DOT. For reasons that no longer apply, city planning and DOT decided to do it in the reverse order, meaning that first item that they brought to the public is an amendment to the zoning resolution to eliminate all references to sidewalk cafes, including references to areas and locations where cafes are not now permitted. Eliminate any reference to the delegation of authority over sidewalk cafes to consumer protection, and eliminate all references to rules pertaining to enclosed cafes and what they call small cafes. The committee believed that that this was the wrong way to proceed, that the only time the community board might have to weigh in on this entire procedure would be in the process of changing the zoning resolution. There's nothing in anything that's been proposed that gives us a seat at the table with respect to the creation of new cafe guidelines. And some of those guidelines may very well be extremely controversial. So we felt that the city planning's proposed amendment was premature, that we should not remove sidewalk cafes from the zoning resolution until we had some idea of what was going to replace it. The reason that city planning gave for pushing this item quickly and ahead of everything else was that the mayor's temporary emergency order, which greatly expanded during the emergency the ability of restaurants to erect cafes, was due to expire over the summer, in September. And so they wanted to get this in the books before that in order to get the process rolling. We now know that the mayor has extended the temporary emergency through at least the end of 2022. And city planning was, in answer to our questions, they were unable to identify any other reason for proceeding with this resolution before guidelines exist that we can look at and debate. It really is at the bottom. Our refusal to agree to this resolution, to this amendment, is an effort to preserve the community board's seat at the table as these guidelines develop over the next couple of years. So I'm sure there are a lot of questions, but I think, Jeanette, did I cover it?
Yeah, I think what's important is that what's before us is not whether or not restaurants should be on the street, how they should be laid out, what the dimension is on sidewalks. None of that is before us. What's before us is that in the mayor's executive order, he suspended certain sections of the charter or of the zoning and the rules of the city. And one of those is chapter 4 of section 1 of the zoning resolution, and dealing with sidewalk cafe and regulations. And in that order, the mayor said DOT will create new rules and DOT will regulate it. In order for that to happen, a number of steps procedurally need to happen. And one of those steps is getting rid of the text within the zoning of Chapter 4 sidewalks, cafe, and regulations, which currently says delegates to the Department of Consumer and Work Affairs and Worker Protection, the regulation of it. So what we're saying is it would be much better to delete a section of the zoning resolution when you're telling us or showing us what's replacing it, whether that's it within the zoning resolution or within some other regulation document by the city. And instead, what city DOT and city planner is saying, oh, we promise to work with you. We intend to get community input. But basically, once we delete this section, the community board has no official role in the process at all. And then it's just up to goodwill of the new city council and the next administration to work with us as to how that should, what the regulations or guidelines, design guidelines should be, and how that should be enforced or approved. So it's really about process. And again, we're saying that there's no reason for this to happen right now because the executive order now goes till the end of 2022. And this isn't the proper way to do it. We need to be part of the discussion of what's replacing the text that's being eliminated, not just eliminate the text, with no input on what's replacing it.
Thanks, Sinead.
What we're asking is that city planning and DOT withdraw the application temporarily pending development of guidelines. So we're not even taking a position on the merits.
Yep.
We just, as Jeanette said, it's a question of process.
Thank you. So let's, I see 3 hands up. If other people want to raise their hands, again, when you raise your hands early, it helps manage the queue much better. Shelley, you're up.
Yeah, this was a case of putting the horse behind the cart. It's clear that removing what's in the text now was inappropriate given the uncertainty of what was to come. On top of that, there was no guarantee of anything from DOT now or in the future, because there may be a different DOT with a new mayor and certainly 35 new council people. So it was ill-timed. It seemed to be rushed. And as was said, when the executive order was extended, it should have been moved. The fact is, and I can't underscore what was said more, this would remove our input. There's no guarantee, even if DOT was the most accommodating, that anything we offered or other community boards offered would become the process that would take place. So I think we should totally support the resolution because the plan is ill-conceived in the form it is now.
Thank you, Shelley. Just want to point, I think there's 9 hands, so if we can diligently move forward, that would be great. Christian?
Well, yes. I'm a little conflicted with this one because the main purpose here is to extend the ability of restaurants all over the city to have sidewalk seating and street seating. Sort of like to be able to allow them to flourish and to move the economy forward. So the main part of the resolution, the main part of the text amendment that should have been considered by TCP was the elimination of the restrictions as to where the sidewalk cafes could be placed. And I think if they had just done that, that would have been enough. But they are basically eliminating any reference to sidewalk cafes from the zoning resolution. I would support to have. I think it would be important to us for them to keep definitions, restrictions in the zoning resolution, and only eliminate the restriction as to where they can be. They can put them on. This is something that will help restaurants all over the city, particularly in the outer boroughs. Not so much in Manhattan, but particularly in the outer boroughs, Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx.
Thank you, Chris.
So you can view this like, yes, they shouldn't go this far, and maybe I voted against, or you may just take the position like, I think it's still important to go forward because this is the first step in making the sidewalk seating and street seating a reality. Thank you.
Steve, may I respond briefly?
The key word is briefly.
Yes, you know me.
You don't respond briefly.
Trying to add a little levity to a long meeting, that's all.
Christian, for the next year and several months, there will be the temporary orders in effect. So there is a liberalization of where cafes can be. It is hoped that this entire process can be accomplished within that 15 or 16-month window, so that if it turns out the guidelines are appropriate and that locational restrictions are inappropriate, that's what's going to happen. It's just a question of in what order and what role community boards can play if it's in a particular order.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Benjamin?
Sorry, I was raised by mistake.
Great, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'll lower it.
He raised his hand by mistake.
No, I'm sorry, my hand was raised by mistake.
Oh, man, I hope we get more of those. Jay?
Yeah, I'm going to vote in favor of the resolution. When I saw the original description, I wasn't sure, but the part of the resolution that I absolutely agree with is that the disapproval at the present time, and I agree with the comments, and I think it was especially important that Jeanette emphasized the fact that we're voting on the process, not on the underlying concept of open restaurants, and et cetera. But in that regard, I would say this. I think there are issues, fundamental issues, with the concept as it is now of open restaurants. And I think it's at some appropriate time incumbent upon the board to evaluate the underlying issues and the rationale which created this program in the first place. So my suggestion would be that sometime during the next, whatever it is, 16 months, that we have a joint hearing of land use, BCI, and in fact, preservation, since we know this hodgepodge of structures, particularly throughout our district and throughout the city.
Transportation.
But I think we need to tackle, once, God willing, things return to normal or close to normal, the entire rationale and
Yeah, I think you're over
reasoning
2
behind
minutes.
the program. I'm sorry?
I think there's just some crosstalk. Continue to go for it, Jay. I think it's a mistake.
Okay, no, I'll finish up. We have to bear in mind that over the years, we've tackled similar issues. For example, our board's taken a position against enclosed sidewalk cafes for a whole host of reasons that I don't have to repeat now. And traffic issues, lane issues, location issues, and so forth. So I think we need to visit as a board the underlying issues, but I'm going to vote for the resolution. And I commend Richard and Jeanette because I think it's carefully worded enough to express the fact that at the present time, we disapprove it. We don't have to get into the underlying merits. And I agree that the process is flawed.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that I know that we have some of our elected officials here, and we're going to probably take a pause after this. And I see our state senator, Robert Jackson, here. I see Gail Brewer here. And they bear with us. We're going to take a pause and allow you guys to join in. But they've been here from the beginning, so I appreciate you guys listening through all this. And we're going to continue back to that. And if I miss somebody, that just means I just didn't see somebody. But at some point, we're going to do that. So let's get back to our comments. Roberta.
Hi, so, oops. Yeah, I'm muted. It's The Emperor Has No Clothes. I mean, we got the deck from city planning like 5 minutes before the meeting. I was able to read it and I felt The Emperor Has No Clothes. And I think if you're going through a ULIP document, we need to have time to look at it, to see it. I agree with Richard. There was, and it was nothing there. It was like, what? You know, the restaurants need to have the ability to have outside on the sidewalk and on the street. And one of the problems I have is if you are unfortunate enough to have a restaurant or a bar mid-block and there's a bus or a bus stop or a kiosk near you, you cannot have street. Right? I'm looking at Josh and I'm thinking, you know, there's places where there's, you know, you're so restricted because you're in a location, there's a bus stop or there's something else. So they really need to go back to the drawing board and come up with something that's fair to everybody and that really helps our local restaurants and our community. So I'm reluctantly supporting this resolution because I think it's totally incomplete. I think the Emperor needs to have clothes.
Thank you, Roberta, and I hope you like my shirt. Josh.
I do.
Thank you. I first just want to say, as a business owner in this community, the outdoor seating and the street seating has been a tremendous help for us to get ourselves back to sustainability. I mean, it's really been amazing, and I just feel like voting against this sends a bad message. I think that, you know, it doesn't really have I don't really feel like it has a big impact on the community to take take it out. So when the city does propose the details, we're going to be involved. They're going to ask for input. I just think that other boards have approved this in the city, and I think that we should, my opinion is that we should be doing the same.
Thank you, Josh. Louisa? Louisa, I know I would take your video off because I know sometimes I would unmute yourself and put your video on because I think it works better in the past that way for you.
Did that work?
I think you should take your video off because the quality, it'll stop breaking up your voice. So do you know how to turn the video off?
Okay. So the point is that this is a text amendment. A text amendment is by regulation must go before a community board. Anything the DOT does afterwards that goes through the city council does not necessarily have to be reviewed by us. It is essential, it seems to me, that we are part of setting the boundaries and the regulations and how we would like sidewalk cafes, roadway cafes to appear in our neighborhoods so that it is fair to the restaurants, the pedestrians, the vehicles, the cars in the road. This is a whole new territory that we are looking at, and we want to be part of building it, putting it together. And the only way that we do that is to retain our power as having to review a text amendment. And if we agree with this right now, we lose that power. And then shame on us, because afterwards we have no right to complain anymore. When DOT and a new city council comes in with regulations that don't really apply to our neighborhood where there are so many restaurants and so much need.
Thank you, Louisa. So I'm just, there are 4 people. We're gonna move, we're gonna go in that order. Then we're gonna move to the community. So we're gonna go Linda, Doug, Howard, then Andrew. Linda, and that's it for the members. So Linda,
Okay.
you're.
This was supposed to be a joint committee meeting between transportation, land use, obviously, because it's a ULURP issue, and BCI, which is a business, which is the committee that works with restaurants, but we had very little input. And the thing about it is, it's a zoning amendment that's very broad, and that's true, but it really only has to do with the sidewalks. And it frankly will have very little impact on our neighborhood, but it will have an impact on neighborhoods that have had sidewalk cafes prohibited because they're close to an L train. So a lot of the underserved areas in the Bronx, in Brooklyn, in Queens, near the L trains, where there's sidewalk, they are still not allowed to have sidewalk cafes. So that's really what this was going to do. It's going to open it up a little bit. And I'm hoping that we can realize that we don't have that power. We didn't have the power, and it has nothing to do with curbside anything. It has to do with the sidewalk cafes and sidewalk seating, not sidewalk cafes, but sidewalk seating. So we have an opportunity to support our restaurants, not just our restaurants on the Upper West Side, because once again, guys, it's going to have very little impact on the Upper West Side, but to support the city. And there will be regulations, and there will be guidelines, and the guidelines will be coming from DOT, and the guidelines will be coming from city council and a new mayor. But for now, if we don't vote for this, we're just saying, nope, you guys in the Bronx and Queens, you can't have your seating, only the Upper West Side, Upper East Side. So that's where we're at with this one.
Thank you, Linda. Doug?
I want to echo what Christian said and Josh, and I feel that this is an important first step. I do think that there's going to be a lot of opportunity for us to advocate because there'll be hearings at City Council, and whomever our City Council and other City Council members throughout the city are going to be. It's going to be a lot of input. There are going to be public hearings with DOT, City Council. So I'm concerned that we sort of give the wrong message that we're not supporting this. I understand what has been said here on the concern that we're going to lose our seat at the table. I almost wish we could, just approve it with the caveat that we must have a seat at the table and we must be able to approve all permits, but that is not the resolution at hand. So I'm concerned that by approving the amendment, which is to disapprove, that we're sending the wrong message. Thank you.
Steve.
Thank you. So we're going to go Howard and then Andrew.
And Stephen, when the comments are done, I think I certainly would like to make a brief response, and Richard may as well, to some of the issues brought up.
Okay, well, we're going to go to the community first and then back in, okay? So, and then we'll allow you two to wrap it up and then we'll vote. So Howard, then Andrew. Howard, I think you may have to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted now, sorry. I just wanted to emphasize what Doug and Josh said, that we could talk all about administrative rules, technical changes, text amendments, or seat at the table. The bottom line is this supports restaurants when they need help. And we either are voting in, we're either going to take a stand that helps them, or that is going to be viewed, even if you can argue it won't add a substantive burden to them, it's going to be viewed as standing in the way. I think it's important, the symbolism of this is important, to be taking a stand in favor of restaurants, in favor of more vibrant streets, and in favor of a resurgent New York. And again, we'll never lose our seat at the table. We can always chime in. The point is we need to, I think as a community board, we should be seen as supporting our restaurants, supporting our community, and supporting a more vibrant New York.
Thank you. And then the last one will be Andrew, and then Christian. If there are community members, please start promoting them now. Andrew?
Thank you. So I think most of you know, but just in full disclosure, professionally, I advocate for restaurants and worked on the open restaurants program. And, at the land use meeting, I listened closely to my colleagues I really respect, but I respectfully disagree with the position they're taking to disapprove this. Every once so often, something really transformative comes in front of a community board, and open restaurants and outdoor dining and what it meant to our city throughout the pandemic and what it will mean for the future of New York City is monumental and it's historic. And I don't want some process or technical issue to get in the way of doing what's right. I think Howard's right. This is symbolic. To be clear on this is a text amendment to remove sidewalk cafes from the zoning resolution. Sidewalk cafes were not always in the zoning resolution. They can be restricted in all different ways in local law and rulemaking. And I know some people said, well, we should see what the program is going to look like before we vote on this. But the city council already voted and the mayor enacted legislation requiring the city to develop a new outdoor dining open restaurants program. That requires the city council to develop more local legislation that will have public hearings that we as a community can, of course, comment on. I mean, earlier in this meeting, we just passed a resolution supporting third-party delivery workers to use the restroom. So it's not accurate to say that we won't have any influence on this. And frankly, this text amendment, since you can have sidewalk cafes in much of our district, will have little impact. Yes, it does remove some siting requirements that's found in the zoning resolution as well, but there are zoning or distance requirements under federal and I believe state law. And of course, the program that's developed is going to incorporate all of this. We're not being asked about where sidewalk cafes can be located. We're not being asked to vote on what they should look like. In fact, this only impacts sidewalk cafes because the roadway dining I know people want to comment on isn't even found in the zoning resolution. So there's going to be lots of opportunities to comment on all of this. And I think we just need to use this as an opportunity to really send a message that we as a community board will be involved in the process and the future of outdoor dining and all these matters in the city. But to just say no to a resolution to remove something that materially probably won't have a big impact on our community, and we will then have an opportunity to address the things that really matter that folks have brought up about where they're located, what they look like, what the process is to apply, I think is important. And I think that we should be voting to disapprove this disapproval. We should vote in support of the text amendment and stay involved. I mean, outdoor dining is credited with more than 100,000 jobs, bringing them back. It allowed us to socialize and come together after months of being shut down and locked down in our apartments. And the process isn't always going to be perfect in the way every single person likes it, but sometimes I really believe we need to look at the long, big picture of this. And I think we still have the opportunity to comment on a program that we want to see, that will be good for our community. And we can also show big leadership, not just in our district, but for the rest of the city. So I will be voting no on the resolution. And I hope we can, as a community, support the resolution and then work together to address a lot of the issues that everybody truly cares about on the specifics of the program, which this truly is not that. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So Christian, let's move to the community as we said, and could you announce the first one?
There's no public speakers.
Okay. I know that Jeanette and Richard asked to sum up before we voted.
Yes, I just wanted to point out, I think that what the last number of speakers have spoken, it is about the perception and the symbolism is like, yes, we're all for restaurants post-pandemic. They need all the help they can get. Their open restaurants has been a lifesaver for them. Absolutely, we agree with that. But that is not the reality of what this is. This is city planning saying, let's delete this chapter from the zoning resolution. And the only thing we have is that the mayor's executive order said, oh, he wants DOT to take this over. We just spent an hour talking about how well DOT regulates micromobility, scooters, electric cars, electric vehicles, in the bike lanes, not in the bike lanes, where new bike lanes go. Now it's being handed over to DOT to regulate whether a cafe can happen on this sidewalk or ultimately in this roadway. The rules aren't in place. We don't know what they are. Half of the city council is changing. So whatever the city council voted on up to now, even with great intentions, doesn't mean that's what we're getting come January 1st. So it really is important here to look at the process. And the process is, let's approach this comprehensively. We all want lively streets. We all want to support our neighborhood restaurants. And actually, I think the work of BCI is really at the neighborhood gritty level, where we can say, yes, we need your music turned off at 11 o'clock so the residents can sleep. Or yes, this works well. Or we need another trash can outside Shake Shack because there's too much trash. We're not going to get that with DOT. DOT has so much under their palate that there's no way they're going to have that. So it's really important that the community is there at the street, at the ground level, working with their local restaurants, supporting them, and making these things work. Yes, there are some communities in the outer boroughs where removing this text all at once might be helpful, but there's also communities like the West Side, the Village, that is being overrun with restaurants opening up, where they have to have 2 community meetings a month for all the restaurants that are opening up there. So neighborhood by neighborhood, the story is different. Here at Community Board 7, we support our restaurants. We believe this has been a successful program in COVID, where they've been under a lot of pressure, but this is not the way to support them. I understand the press might spin it as perception, as being anti-restaurants, I understand some of you need to vote for symbolism, but the reality is that's not what's before us here.
So, thank you, Jeanette. Rich, is there anything else you want to say? Are we ready?
Yeah, just very fast. If people are concerned about symbolism, I just ask you to read paragraph 4 of our resolution, which reads, Community Board 7 enthusiastically approves efforts by the applicants to rationalize and update cafe guidelines. We are mindful and sympathetic to the plight of restaurants during the pandemic and the need to stretch rules to permit as much outdoor dining as possible. We support continuation of the temporary emergency. And I just want to repeat, a rejection of this proposed amendment at this time will have no effect, not only in the Upper West Side, but anywhere in the city, because the emergency order is still in effect everywhere in the city, liberalizing cafes. So we're not depriving a single restaurant of a single right.
Thank you, Rich. Do we want to call the vote?
Yeah.
I want to propose an amendment. Basically supporting what Andrew Ridgie said of, supporting this, but with a signing statement saying that we want to make sure that community boards remain involved. I think we're all saying the same thing, but we're getting caught up in the technicality. And we want to support our restaurants, but we also want to remain involved. And I think
you want to be specific on your amendment? What do you want to put in?
Yeah, and I'm sure someone else could be more eloquent than I and know the best way of doing this, but I think we want to support what the city is doing, but we want to make sure that the community board remains involved. If anyone has the best way of suggesting we word that.
That's a substitute. You want the opposite result of what this resolution calls for.
That's right. Yeah, it's a substitute.
You're asking for a substitute amendment, okay? We need someone to second that in order to vote on it.
No, the point is.
Second.
We're just going to move. We're going to move forward. We have to go through process. Rich is making a amendment. Linda, you're seconding it, correct?
Okay, but all you were saying is this is what we would like. There is no guarantee. I worked for city planning.
Louisa, we debated this. We are now into the process of voting. Thank you for your opinions. I would suggest that we vote on this and not open this.
Steve, we're entitled to debate on the amendment. It should be brief because of the hour, but I
Okay,
think
does everyone want to vote? If we want to open up conversation, we can. Again, I'm just pointing out that we are into 9
We
o'clock.
did explain what she was saying.
What's the exact language of the proposed?
Okay, we're going to open it up to
substitute?
debate. So Rich, you got to be precise in what you want. It's your amendment. So please vocalize what you want to add as an amendment.
So, and again, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm saying that we support the city's proposed text amendment, but we emphasize that community boards need to remain involved in the process.
Okay, so we are looking at, does anybody want to discuss this part of it?
Sounds like you can just
I'm gonna call on
substitute.
Ethel. She hasn't spoken yet. We're going to debate this conversation. Ethel, to you. Got to mute yourself, Ethel.
Okay, I hope you can hear. Yes.
I can hear you now.
Yes, I hope so. What Rich has just done is completely turn over, and if I may respectfully say, not very well, the whole thrust of the resolution that we have been talking about. May I say also that he has just nullified and didn't listen to what Richard read, that the committee passed those last lines, how much we are in favor of restaurants, so on. That was all stated, that we support this, but that we do question here that what DOT and city planning is doing is seeking to, at this point, eliminate one part of the zoning resolution, while knowing that there are 2 years now in which DOT will still be in charge, but in which the city and all of us will really be working at making the improvisation begin to work in a way that truly enhances the city. And one big thing is at least to be concerned about is that we all respect and admire DOT, but this quietly puts DOT in charge completely on so many things, including those which have to do with that which we all care most about. What do these structures look like? Should they be in the roadway at this time, in these streets? This is part of what we want to do. And all that this is doing with great care and support for restaurants, for the fact of, yes, we want this city to be alive, but we're looking at it and we want to be involved so that it is not chaotic. And that's what we are asking, and this is what's happening. I will vote against Rich's substitute because it completely reverses what the committee passed and ignores the 4 parts of the resolution that state how much we support restaurants.
Thank you, Ethel. We've got 3 hands up, and I respectfully, if we could confine this to around 30 seconds, because this is the second time on this topic from everyone. It will go Jay, Shelley, Andrew, and then we'll close the conversation. Jay.
Ethel is absolutely right. All Rich is doing in summary is substituting the word approve for disapprove. And I would suggest that a vote on the main resolution is equivalent to a vote on his proposed amendment. I would suggest he withdraw it and that we take a vote on the main resolution.
Let's continue on. Shelley, thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Okay, this is not an amendment. This is a substitute resolution. It's a total opposite. We've expressed our support for restaurants clearly in the resolution, and I think that's universal. And if questioned, we could always say so. So I think we should vote on this substitute motion and vote it down.
Thank you. Andrew, if you can be brief as well, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Rich is trying to do is just present the opinion of others who are supportive of the text amendment, but want to ensure that we have a role in the future development of the program, which, yes, it's different, but it's also kind of saying the same thing. So from a procedural standpoint, I'll let the parliamentarians and others, address that. But I think sometimes, regardless of what you say in a resolution, it's about what the main point of the resolution is. And the main point of the resolution is disapproving something that materially will not have a huge impact on our community and potentially even the future of outdoor dining itself. So you're basically telling the city, we disapprove what you're trying to do now, but then we want to work with you in developing the future role, which some folks are claiming we have no role in as a community board. So I just don't think that's a collaborative way to work together. And again, I think at the end of the day, we will have opportunity to address all the things that Ethel and others mentioned that are really important. And I will leave it at that. But we have a good opportunity to really be supportive of something that's transformative for our city and continue to play a role in ultimately.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you.
Call the question for the
We're going to
amendment.
call the vote. We are now voting on Rich's substitute resolution. So those in favor of Rich's substitute resolution, please vote yes. We're going to wait for the digital hands to go up. I'm going to wait a little bit. And that's 15. Bev, do you see 15? Okay, Bev, were you agreement on 15?
Yes.
Christian, can you lower the hands? So now everyone against Rich's substitute resolution, vote now. Just waiting a few moments. I see 21.
21.
Then now it's 22. So we're going to pause a minute. And whatever this looks now, we're going to finalize. So let's see 22 digital hands. But we're sticking with 22. Someone keeps raising their hand up and down. I don't know what to say.
It says 23 now.
I see 23. So I know it's been a long night. Someone playing around. Okay. Let's lower that. Any abstentions? Any digital abstentions? There's 2. I'm going to abstain as well. So that should be 3. Can we lower that? Any for cause? That's 0. So the substitute resolution has been, you want to summarize it, Bev?
The substitute resolution has failed 15 to 23 to 3 to 0.
Great. Now we're going to vote for Richard's original resolution. Please raise your hand if you support Richard's resolution.
It's not Richard's, it's the committee.
I'm sorry,
Committee.
Committee's resolution.
The committee.
Apologies for my semantics. Okay, we're going to keep waiting here. Again, if you're supporting, please raise your hand. We're going to finalize. The numbers are going up and down again. So we're going to stop now. That's 21.
21.
Christian, can you lower the hands? For those of you voting against the committee's resolution. It's very close, so I'm going to ask, please, I want to make sure we get this right. We're going to stop now. Okay.
17.
Any physical or verbal? Okay, that's 17. Christian, can you lower the hands? Abstaining. So there's 2 digital, and I'm going to abstain as well from this. So that's 3 abstainings. We're going to lower the hands. And any for cause? Okay, so Bev, do you want to summarize it?
Yes, 21 to 17, 3 to 0. The motion carries barely.
Thank you. So as has been noted in our boards, I'm going to pause a bit. I've given the elected officials a time to kind of come in, and it's now, and I want to respect that, encourage their participation. So we're going to take a pause, as I've noted in our agenda, and we've done before, to allow a few of the elected officials that are here in person to give their report. I also do want to point out to the elected official representatives, if you haven't noticed, due to the length, we're not going to, we're going to ask that during the community session, that representatives put in their either links and their newsletters, but we are not going to call on representatives today because of the length of the meeting. And I want everyone to know that we appreciate you coming, and you can certainly participate through chat, but I don't want you to be surprised at the end. I think we're going to have a long business session. We're going to allow the community to speak, and then we're going to end the meeting. And hopefully next month we'll go back, which is a much more robust conversation for all. And I hope everyone understands. So with that, I know that our borough president is here. Gail,
Yep.
would you like to give a report?
Yep, Steve, thank you very much, and congratulations on great discussion. I've been going in and out, but I've been listening, and congratulations. So a few things. Obviously, the good news about open meetings law, and I want to we know that it goes until January 15th. There is pushback, so I do know that you have to, with the other community boards and the other small towns and villages around the state, we need to work on this topic. I will say that on this open government virtual training is taking place on September 16th at 10 o'clock in the morning. I assume you know that. And I also want to tell you that we in the borough president's office are giving the owls, which will help you with hybrid down the road for all 12 community boards, paid for by the borough president's office. We've been using them, as you know, for the our meetings, and they're fantastic. Number two, we all are trying to figure out how to deal with some of these quality of life issues, and the stores along 96 and Broadway, particularly on the west side of the street. I know they've been calling you, they've been calling us, and April Adams has been meeting with them and with the 2-4 precinct. And I have to thank McDonald's. I happen to know a lot of people who work for that corporation, and they are going to try to assist us with the precinct and the stores to have a meeting. We can let you know when, just to talk about some of those issues. But, if we can solve some of the quality of life challenges on that block, that might set a precedent for other situations. Number 2, 3, 79th Street Boat Basin. As you know, I love the liver boards. There are about 26 of them now. To the credit of the Parks Department, they finally have dredging money and fix up the pier money, some millions and millions of dollars. However, the Parks Department really needs to work more with the residents. And so I wrote a letter to Parks stating, you got to have a conversation with them. They have to have in writing that they can come back, and they have to have the similar rent. So just so you know, there are supposed to be 52 liverboards at that location. The Parks Department hates liverboards. I love liverboards, and I'm going to fight for them. So FYI, but they could use probably some discussion from your Parks Committee. 107th Street, as you know, had women at the Help USA shelter there, and that switched to men. We were not ecstatic about that, but I lost the fight. And as we speak, to the credit of the block associations, they've been meeting, I think with you also, and we're going to get a cab going. It's not a big problem, but we want to make sure it stays like that. I meet constantly with Harlem United and Bailey House about the folks on 95th Street, because you have both permanent residents and then the veterans. The permanent residents are long term, and the veterans. And I think it's important to keep that cab going. We are always fighting about scaffolding. The 15-year scaffolding on 86th Street got into the press, and I must admit it's had some positive impacts in terms of trying to get other scaffolding and DOB to pay attention to that, and we're continuing to work on that. Small business, we are going to have a hearing at the city council on the issue of, there's 3 bills I think they're going to be considered. I have one that is hope would pass legal muster and would be good for the small businesses. So we'll keep you updated, but it will be in the month of September, and there will be, I hope, something coming out of it. I happen to be, unlike others maybe, but I had to be very supportive of Project Renewal despite everything that went on at the Lucerne. But I am irritated with the city because, as you know, Manhattan Neighborhood Network at 537 West 59th Street is selling their building. And to their credit, they sold it to Project Renewal. I would like to have permanent housing there, but the city is insisting on 200 transitional. I would prefer to have 60 permanent. It would cost more, but it's the right thing to do. So any support would be great. Every Memorial Day, I know Mark Diller joins us and other soldiers and sailors monument. There was a big article in the New York Post recently, and I think it might have had some impact, I hope. We need $30 million to fix up the monument, get rid of the fence and get it back into its beautiful life. But that article, I think, has had a little hope. We don't know. You heard earlier about all the issues on eviction. We're all working to keep tenants in their buildings. And then I just want to talk a little bit about electric vehicles. I had a press conference with DOT and others. I want to congratulate the city for thinking about how to deal with our future in terms of electric vehicles and climate. However, I don't think they've done enough, and you'll laugh because this is called DOT with another responsibility, they've had quite a few tonight that you've discussed. But I know I'm getting some complaints because people don't know what a charging station is. They're parking in front of it, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to have a lot more education, and that might be something you want to bring up because these stations are going to pop up everywhere and the city's putting them in. We were in a municipal garage, but they're going to be on the street also. Just like everybody else, I'm concerned about school. My kids are older, but I know for sure parents are going to go to the schools and parents are not going to go to the schools. And I don't think that the mayor has plan B. So we're all trying to push that the plan B exists, although I've heard superintendents who are just going to figure it out. That's not a plan. Some parents are just going to stay home. I understand that there'll be an unwritten understanding that Agency for Children's Services not going to show up at the family, which would be a disaster. But we have to, again, the CEC is working on it, but I don't like the way that this is being rolled out. We have a back to school day like others coming up in Harlem. It's all on our website. Feel free to look at that. And you know that the 23rd of September at 8:30 is the Manhattan Borough Board, and we're going to hear from city planning about open restaurants. Maybe some of your questions might get answered. I don't know. And also from the New York State Independent Redistricting Commission about some of the issues as to where the state and congressional district lines might be located. And then you know that every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, you're all welcome. We have a discussion about vaccine. And as I say, where is the money? Federal, state, and city in terms of the millions that are coming to our city. So this Tuesday, we're going to have education again, because there's so much coming to New York. And I can promise you, people ask me as an educator, they ask, where is the money going? We'll also have a discussion about money coming in for climate change. So those are some of the topics that we're working on. We have an arts survey that's out there to make sure we keep support of all of our arts organizations. And in the Maggie Payton Gallery, Maggie Payton known to many of us and beloved, may she rest in peace. We are going to have an exhibit of those who have paintings about the pandemic. And again, it's all on our website. And thank you very much. I know it's a long meeting, but it has been fascinating. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brewer. So we have Assemblyperson Rosenthal, and I'd like to thank her as well as acknowledge Erica Overton, who helped set up a really important meeting with the DOE. So perhaps there's some more information, but she joined it. And I just want to thank you for helping us doing that. It was a really important meeting. And,
Great.
You know, and let's hear your report.
Okay, great. Good evening to everyone. And for those who celebrate, hope you had a happy and healthy new year. And I wish you and everyone else on this board a happy and healthy rest of the year. So since we were last together, so much has happened. Primarily, or most importantly, we have a new governor. And I had a conversation with her a few weeks before the tumultuous resignation. And, you know, she is really well versed in all the issues. And the fact that after she, you know, became the governor, every elected official and many others tweeted pictures of themselves with her that they had taken over the years. And that's because she made sure to be very involved in different communities, even though she was doing it in the role of lieutenant governor to a governor. But I feel very confident, and I've already seen negotiations on different bills and on different issues. She is such a breath of fresh air in terms of actually listening and hearing people, not dictating what the issue should look like. So that's really good for all of us, because, you know, communities have a lot to say, and if they're being dictated to, then their voices and opinions are not actually being heard. So as you've mentioned, we did have a special session in Albany. We extended the eviction moratorium till January 15th. And we also, what did we do? We did a few more things. The small business eviction moratorium also was extended to January 15th. The original moratorium was enacted in March and was expanded in May to include small businesses of up to 100 employees. In addition, we heard a lot about how landlords and tenants with the ERAP, the rental assistance program, they didn't match. There was a lot of confusion with the website. So I've spoken to the commissioner of OTDA. They're working on that, but it seems like more landlords and tenants are being electronically connected, so all the forms can be properly filled out. But people did talk about tenants who might have left or and didn't pay their rent. I don't know how much of a thing that was, but we did actually increase the funding that landlords can now apply for tenants' apartment rent when the tenant is no longer in place. So the total now is 250 million. And that's for tenants who are above the 80% AMI or left. And so that's good news for the small landlords who are still struggling. But if you have any issues with this application, please call my office, because we're working very closely with the agency to make sure everybody gets their money. And in fact, I think soon most of the money will be out the door or obligated, and we will need more money because the utility costs and the rental arrears are far beyond what the 2.6 billion that we have to distribute. I spoke to your chair and others about the need to make these meetings enshrine into law for longer, that they be remote. And so, you know, I spoke up quite vigorously, as did many of my colleagues. And so we did do it. And so I'm happy that we can resume these meetings virtually. I think it's actually a bonanza for people who want to participate and can't get there, are disabled, any other reasons, our parents, they can't leave the house, whatever. It allows greater participation. And that is certainly, you know, what we are all pushing for. Yes, Steve, you mentioned the DOE and the meeting. I wrote to the DOE in support of your resolution, and you know, and wrote a letter actually explaining that the meeting we had didn't actually answer all the questions that you all had. So we're following up, and let's see if we can schedule something else. The problem with the USPS Postal Service continues. We still are getting people calling up more buildings where mail is just not being delivered. And so I continue to bring those issues up to the local stations. It's a bigger problem originating in Washington with the postmaster, but we can at least make dents here and assure people in this area are getting their mail. We also know that, NYCHA, I asked for an update on the roof and scaffolding project at Amsterdam. I've had a lot of constituents call during the pandemic to report leaks that cause walls to crumble, a rat infestation, garbage. NYCHA really needs to better monitor the contractor's work to ensure that work is happening at a faster, more efficient clip. And during Ida, one of my constituents had waters just cascading down her bathroom walls. And I'm sure that happened to many other people who live in Amsterdam and other NYCHA developments. So that's about it, because I know you have miles to go before you sleep, but I'm happy to see all of you and thank you for your work.
Thank you. And I want to, thank yourself as well as the other representatives on for moving this to remote, and acknowledge, you should know that Assemblyperson Rosenthal was calling me the day of, and we were having a conversation and updating me. So she's been, as we say, a lot of politics is local, and she stayed very local. So thank you for your support and your communication with me during the process.
Thank you.
And I want to acknowledge State Senator Robert Jackson, who started this conversation at 6:30. So I am super impressed. I may question you, but I'm super impressed that you are with us, and I'm looking forward to your report.
I am not going to give a report. The report was given by my colleagues, and I'm not going to repeat that. I say to you, I've been juggling between several meetings, Community Board 12 Land Use Committee, and Broadway Democrats have their meeting in which they have speakers regarding less is more. I've asked Chris Nichols, our Deputy Chief of Staff, to put in the chat several documents that all of you can read on your own regarding the legislative stuff that occurred in the emergency session, and some other documents that such as our e-update on a weekly basis. It has a lot of information in there, and about my letter to Mark Traeger about opening of the schools, and remote options should be on the table, in which the mayor insists that it's not. So there's a lot of things that's happening, but overall, I say to you that I wanted to come in order to listen to your issues and concerns. So I'm fully aware, especially in your geographical area of CB7. I met with a store owner near 95th Street next to McDonald's and Broadway. And there's a lot of issues about people that are hanging out there and soliciting and intimidating people, which is totally inappropriate. And we clearly have to work on that. And as you know, safety and security is number one. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to come in, and I'm going to pass the baton on back to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. And again, you've been here the entire time, and that's rather impressive that you've listened to us and doing a great job. Thank you very much. So we have our other state senator, Brad Hoyle. Brad, I know the theme of tonight is we've got a long meeting and we've got plenty more. So to the extent that you can sort of give us your highlight of your top 3 things, although we know you probably got 30 because you're always working hard, you would be greatly appreciated, and then you'll have a lot of future votes if you stick to that one. So,
wow,
anything
you
you
got
can
me
do
on that
to
one. No, thank you. I'll try to be even. I'll try to be even briefer than my colleague, Senator Jackson. Just to congratulate the new Lieutenant Governor, Brian Benjamin, who I know many of us know. He was sworn in today officially now, our Lieutenant Governor. We're going to miss him in the Senate, but he's going to be presiding over the Senate, just as he did as Assistant Deputy Leader in the Senate. As Lieutenant Governor, he is the presiding officer. So we'll still have Brian Benjamin, and look forward to working with him. And what in his portfolio will include NYCHA, which is very important, of course. Again, commend my colleagues for their work on the extraordinary legislative session, a bill that I carry called the Tenant Safe Harbor Act, which means that a court can never use unpaid rent that's accrued during COVID-19, even after the eviction moratorium, which we extended elapses, as the basis for a non-payment eviction was extended to January 15th. So I'm very proud of that effort, and wanted to also, as my colleagues have done tonight, extend our office's assistance for anyone who wants to apply for the emergency rental assistance program that can cover up to 12 months of past rent due, 3 months of additional rental assistance, and 12 months of past due utility bills. If you need help applying for that, in our report is a way to get in touch with our office. And then finally, I'll say this, I support the extension of requiring our school kids, once the FDA approves fully a vaccine for them, to be added to the list of vaccinations that are required for children to attend school. So I think we're headed in that direction. I've been working on that issue for some time, along with my colleagues, and just wanted you to know that I'll be continuing to fight to make sure that vaccines are the standard for the public's health. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and I wanted to acknowledge your point person, Tevin, who was very active with me in the process of communicating the extension. So thank you very much. And he does a great
Thanks,
job.
Tevin. It's great to see Tevin here too. He does a great job.
Great. So we're going to, I don't think there's any other elected officials. I do my best. Please speak up. Otherwise, we're going to move back to the business session, and we're going to go to preservation. And Michelle, I did a little research by some of our preservation experts, and I think the feeling is that some of this is rather straightforward. So I encourage us to sort of be, I'm hoping we're not expecting a lot of pushback on these, and perhaps we can be straightforward on the presentation and get to the Q&A, but I'm optimistic that we'll have an efficient process through it.
We'll do the best we can.
Those are my words of encouragement, Hey, let's do it.
Go ahead, Kay.
All right, Stephen, I'm gonna take the bad news is there are 8 resolutions. We're so sorry about that. The good news is that they are straightforward in our humble opinion. And so I'm going to take the first 4 of those, and Michelle's going to do the last 4. You have gotten the resolutions. I'm going to just highlight what I think is the essential point of each of these things, and tell you, of course, where they are. Our first is for 103 West 72nd Street, which we know as Malachi's venerable pub on the Upper West Side. The changes are interesting, but not huge. So there are 2 things we want you to be aware of. One is the change to the front facade, which will kind of remove some of the ahistorical parts of that and do a little bit better at bringing the look of the place back to the earliest photos that we have, which are back in 1940. So there's the front facade. On the left, you see the current situation. On the right, you see the proposal. Our committee felt that this was appropriate to the character of the historic district. And so on that point, we urge you to support that. The second matter before us is a rear yard extension. The good news here is that it is only a 1-story extension, and further that it will enable Malachi's to function more efficiently and with a larger clientele. We made some suggestions about the covering of the rear yard extension. It was to be stucco. We have suggested a red brick covering for this short 1-story full rear yard extension. So with that, I would recommend that you vote in favor of this resolution.
Apologies. Okay. There's one hand raised up. Paige.
I just want to point out one thing about this, and this is, I'm only going to comment on two, but Malachi's gets gold marks because of the one thing that they did, which we don't see often, and that is there was one door remaining on this entire commercial facade, and the architects put it together and recreated as much as they could of the original design. So in terms of future types of, because we have a lot of messes all over the Upper West Side that have been really brutalized, but encourage the applicants to look for the earliest pieces of remnant architecture, because now Malachi's is not going to look like the dump on 72nd Street. The owners and the architects really need to be congratulated for a great job. So yes, I support it, and I hope you guys do too. Thanks.
Thank you, Paige. I don't see any other community board. Christian, is there anybody from the community here?
No.
Okay. So does somebody want to, we'll call the question? Do we want to vote on this?
Yes, please.
Great. If you could take that down, Christian, yeah, thank you. So let's vote, raise our hand, digital hands in support.
This is part A and B, the front and the back.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Paige.
Okay, so everyone who's going to vote is going to vote. So that's great. So I see 37, Bev. My hand is physically raised as well.
38 then.
Yep. Christian, can you lower the hands? Louisa, can we lower? Nobody has to lower their hands because it has the opposite reaction, whether you realize it. So we'll lower your hands. Anybody against? Anybody verbal? So I see no digital, Bev. I think we can try and move along quickly on these. I'm going to ask for verbals. Anybody abstaining verbally? Okay, Madge, making sure that you wanted to abstain. Okay, so we have one abstaining and any for cause. Wait, you want to give the summary, Bev?
I'm sorry, I'm abstaining for cause.
Sorry, so we have one, that was Doug. So there's one abstaining and one for cause.
So it's 38 to 0 to 1 to 1.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, number 10.
Okay, zooming right along. Our next one is for 260 West End Avenue. That's on 72nd Street, West End and 72nd, southeast. Yes, corner. There it is, lovely building. It's for a window master plan. For those of you who are maybe new to this is the idea that there is a guideline for tenants or owners when they replace their windows, they would conform to a standard plan so that it's eventually doesn't end up as a hodgepodge, but there's some rhyme to the reason, or reason to the rhyme. And so we actually heard this back in June. We offered some suggestions on the molding around the windows and so forth. It went to Landmarks already, but it's important that we go on record. Also, Landmarks made some suggestions, including wanting the double hung windows to be divided on the top half of the windows. I think those are good, thoughtful recommendations by Landmarks Commission. And so I recommend that we vote in favor of the resolution.
Thank you, Kay. Any hands? I don't see any. Any community? Louisa, did you want to raise your hand? Okay, I'm going to move on. Community? Any community people?
There's no community people until the public session.
Great. Do we want to vote?
Call the question.
Great. So let's all vote. Raise our hands if we're in favor of this. Okay, we're going to wait a few more seconds. We are at 37. I ask everyone to vote that wants to vote. We're at 38 now. Okay, we're at 39. So, We're stopping now. We're down to 38. So we're going to stop at 38. We're back up to 39. So I just want to announce that I'm not sure what's going on, but there's several people that seem to be up and down. It's difficult for Bev and I to count. So we're going to basically say this is the last number, and whatever number is up, we're going to say, because it continually changes. So this is the final vote. 39 digital. Bev, I'm raising my hand physically.
Okay. So 40.
Thank you. Christian, can you lower the hands? Anybody against? I see no digital hands. Does anybody want to verbalize a negative? Great, so we'll take that as a 0. Well, I'm going to ask for verbals on these. Anybody abstaining? A verbal abstaining? We'll move on. Anybody for cause, a verbal cause? So that's 0-0 at the end. Great. Bev, do you want to read that?
40 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Thank you. Okay, let's onward and upward.
Here we go. Thank you so much. All right, our next resolution concerns 43 West 74th Street. It's number 11 for you guys. All right, this is delightfully rare for us. This is an owner who would like to remove a rear yard extension that is in their mind too big and eliminates the use of a courtyard or a garden or something in the backyard. So this extension was put on a few years after the townhouse was built, probably like 100 years ago or more, but it was not original to the building and it is not wanted by the current owner. And we agree that it would be much better not there. So that is really the sum of what this recommendation is on number 43 that you see there, 43 West 74th, to remove that rear yard. And there you can see some of the reason is that it's in very, very bad repair. And like I say, they would rather not have it there. Anyway,
Thank you.
Be able to have some outdoor space.
Great. Any questions on this? Okay, Paige, I see your name.
Very quickly, this is a good thing, and we should encourage this whenever we get an overblown one, that it should never encroach, because this is what happens. It looks like some sort of back alley rather than the Upper West Side. So well done, committee, for seeing this through, and great application from the owner. Thanks.
Thank you, Paige. Christian, anybody from the community?
No to the public session.
Why don't I just ask, is there any of the numbers, has anybody signed up from the community? So I'll just stop asking each time.
No, only for the public session now.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll continue to move forward. Okay, do we want to vote on this?
Yes.
Call the question.
Great. So if everyone can raise their digital hands, and I ask that you immediately do so and then leave it there. Great. We're going to give a few more seconds, but I ask that you raise your hand now and leave it. Great. Okay, so this is the final vote.
So there's 38 digital hands and one physical hand.
Thank you. Can you lower the hands? Okay, anybody against? Okay, anybody? I don't hear anybody. I've been the only one, Bev, doing physical, so perhaps we'll just keep doing it that way. Any, if we can verbalize any abstentions verbally, anybody abstaining? We'll move on. Anybody verbally for cause? Great, we're gonna move on. Do you want to summarize that,
Thank
Bev?
you.
39 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Thank you. Okay, your last one, Kay, I believe is 12.
Yes, number 12 is
you versus Michelle. It's going to be a competition. Just so you know. Sending a gift card.
Well, there you go. All right, my last one is 300 West End Avenue. We're back on West End. And this is a 13-story apartment building on the corner of 74th Street. A lovely red brick building. The proposal, the resolution concerns a proposal to extend the height of the elevator bulkheads so that residents can access the roof safely. And looks kind of big in these pictures, but we looked at it from all angles, all along the streetscape, up and down both streets and avenues, and it is very, very minimally visible. So we felt that it would be appropriate to the character of the historic district. And so we recommend its approval of this resolution as well.
Okay, any questions? I'm going to take that and move on
Call the
to.
question.
Oh, thank you. So let's vote. Everyone supporting this resolution, please raise your hands. Going to pause a few more seconds. If everyone could finalize their choice. Great. I'm going to raise my digital hand, my physical hand. We're going to end this at, I see 36, Bev. So I would be 37. Okay. Christian, thank you. Everyone against? I see one digital hand. See you, Batch. We got you.
Yeah.
Okay. One against. Let's lower that because there was a little. I'm going to say anyone abstaining. You could put a digital hand because the numbers are not adding up as much, but perhaps some people chopped off. Madge, I'm lowering you because you voted against, correct? So this, yes, so I'm lowering your hand. Okay, so no abstaining, and I'm just going to verbally ask anybody, anybody abstaining for, or anybody for cause meeting. Okay, Bev, you want to summarize?
37 to 1 to 0 to 0.
Thank you very much. Okay, Michelle, you're on.
Thank you. Scooting right next door to 330 West End Avenue between 75 and 76. This is a 12-story co-op apartment building. However, for our discussion purposes, we're going to talk about an application to replace the plexiglass enclosed greenhouse balconies on West 76th Street. There are 5 balconies that must have been built, we determined after 1933 because they're plexiglass, and the building was originally built in 1915, so they didn't come with the building. They came some decades later. These 4 of 5 balconies are no longer keeping in the heat, nor keeping out the cold, nor looking very nicely because the plexiglass kind of got sketchy looking. No, I don't mean that, but it doesn't look so good anymore. They are going to replace only 4 of the 5 balconies, 3, 5, 7, and 9, I think, not the one on the ground floor. But you can't really see that because there's a masonry, stone arch, and gate that obscures that first balcony. And you can kind of see the others if you walk down the street and look through the trees. That being said, these balconies will be replaced at the cost of the co-op owners by hold on. Aluminum greenhouses of approximately the same dimension. In powder coated dark bronze. Same footprint. The roof of the balconies would be, or greenhouses, would be squared off rather than curved because, you know, plexiglass can be formulated in a curved fashion and much harder to do glass. And that's why I've shown you the type of structure that the architect intends to build.
Okay,
That's about it. Anybody have any questions?
questions? Wait a few seconds. Do we want to vote on?
Yeah, I'm asking you to vote to approve.
Okay, so we're going to call the vote. All those approving of this resolution. Okay, towards the end, if we want to vote, please vote. We're going to stop it here. Great. We're going to stop it now. So I see 37 hands raised, Bev. Mine is physical. I think that makes it 38, correct? Great. Christian, can you lower the hands? Anybody against? I don't see any digital. I'm not going to ask physical for this. So that's 0. You don't need to lower the hands. Any abstaining? I don't see any digital. I don't see any verbals. And then just a quick verbal, any for cause. Great. Bev, do you want to read that back?
38 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Okay, we're on to the next one, number 14.
Thank you. This is 121 West 88th Street. The application, this is a 4-story brownstone conversion from a 5-unit to a 2-family townhouse. What the applicant wanted is a full floor rooftop addition. This is 2 parts, full floor rooftop addition and new fenestration in the rear, on the rear facade. While we approved the replacement of the windows in the back, we found that the full floor rooftop addition was bulky, ungainly, and did not conform to the neighborhood adjacent rooftop additions that are lower rise and scaled down. And the architect did not want to reduce the bulk of the rooftop addition. So at the committee, we disapproved the rooftop addition, but we approved the rear facade, larger replacement windows that happen to look upon a schoolyard, I believe.
Okay.
Any questions on this?
Paige?
A quick comment. Peter Sampton couldn't be here tonight, but we have 3 residents on 88th Street that are members. And we saw this before, and we asked them, as the committee pleaded, not to cover the entire roof. This will be the first full floor addition to a brownstone on 88th Street. And it impacts both sides of the street. You can see it from the corners of Amsterdam all the way to Columbus and back again. It is visible behind, not obscured by PS 166, but the playground behind it. And the other issue that concerns the neighborhood is the fact that it encroaches and builds on the back wall of the building. And for these reasons, A, it's too high. B, it covers the entire rooftop because there's a terrace in the front that the architect didn't really delineate correctly. So it's a full use of the top floor. Mechanical space is going up in the top. It's built between using every square inch of space there when all the other rooftop additions are set back at least 8 to 10 feet and never really extend past the middle of the building. This is a disease we must stop, And hopefully the Landmark Commission will respect our position. But I think the committee was right in rejecting all aspects of this addition. With the exception of the change in the windows in the rear, that's fine. But no full floor additions on our brownstones, please. Thank you.
I neglected to say that there is no date at LPC for this application.
Correct.
Yeah.
It hasn't been calendared yet.
Yeah, but 333, the prior application is calendared for the 28th of September. But this
Thank you.
one has not been calendared at LPC yet. So we're asking you to disapprove the rooftop and to approve the replacement of the windows in the rear of the building.
So to clarify, when you support this, that's what you're supporting, the disapproval of one aspect and the approval of the other.
Correct.
When you vote yes to this. So
No, excuse me, aren't there two votes on this one?
Yeah, there's, maybe on, that's right, a quick look at the voting sheet has A and B.
Can we bundle it, or would everyone like it preferred unbundled?
Well, as long as it's clear that it's yes for the rear windows and no for the rooftop. I'm praying that we'll be unanimous in our.
I think that's, if we,
Yeah,
are
we're
you
asking you
Mark, if we
to
bundle it that way? Because
to
I think
accept our.
Absolutely,
our-
just you're gonna have to vote, you're just gonna have to note it on your voting sheet twice, that's all.
just
Okay.
realize that we're bundling the two votes together. And when you put on your sheets, you put if you vote yes, you're basically voting yes to both of those points. So if we can take the vote and raise our digital hands. A little more time. Okay, if everyone can wrap this up, we're going to give the last few more seconds for the digital hands. Great, we're going to stop there. So Bev, I see 32. My physical hand is raised, so that would make 33. Christian, can we lower the hands? So voting against the resolution now. I'm going to pause. There's no digital hands now. Just making sure everyone understands. We'll move on. Anyone abstaining? A couple hands are going up. We'll wait a few seconds. I see 3 digital hands, Bev.
3.
Okay, thank you. If you can lower that, Christian, and I'm just going to verbalize anybody for cause. Thank you, everyone. Bev, you want to read that back?
33 to 0 to 3 to 0.
Thank you. It passes. Okay, we're on to 15.
Thank you. This was interesting. This is, well, they're all interesting. But this one at 333 Central Park West between 93rd and 94th Street. This is the Turin, a 12-story neo-Renaissance building constructed in 1910. And our job was to look at the application to build a pergola on the roof. We disapprove this application. Let me just describe the pergola a little bit. It's a slightly raised roof deck, no side walls, and a sunscreen device constructed of several rows of diagonal blades affixed to the top of the structure, which you see on the left, the lower left, kind of. We voted against this pergola because none of the buildings on Central Park West have such a pergola with what they call diagonal blades, which are supposed to be there as a sunscreen. The architect also wanted to put lighting on the pergola. Now, this is only for the people who live in the building. Lighting on the pergola, and wanted to paint it white. This application went in front of LPC during that month. We didn't have any meetings, and LPC approved it with a modification in color and to eliminate the lighting, right, Mark? Mark, are you
I'm
still-
sorry, yes, to eliminate the lighting, to suggest a different color and to lower it.
But we voted against it at our meeting because as the application came to us, it was bulky. It had this lighting that we didn't think was necessary, and we thought was imposed upon Central Park, and it did not fit in with the neighborhood. Any questions? Madge?
It was also visible from the
Oh,
park,
yes.
from the street, and from around the corner.
From Central Park.
Very visible.
Yes, it was visible in Central Park. You're absolutely right.
I
Thank
have
you.
a question.
Yes.
Thanks. What is the purpose and function of the pergola?
Well, I'll read to you. They wanted the residents and their guests to sit up there and relax and be protected from the sun and have dinner there. And
Thank you for that explanation. I thought it could be that, but it was almost beyond my comprehension. I understand what the committee has done, and I am with you.
thank you.
Sounds very interesting.
If I could also say something, I know you're going to kill me, but that sunscreen looked like laundry hanging in the tenements. Sorry, I said that, but I guess LPC took care of the color. And I hope that you vote with us and disapprove the application, because this still has to go to LPC.
Okay, Michelle, we got a couple of hands, so Linda first. Linda, do you want to speak?
Yeah, no, I'm just, so it's a rooftop amenity for, this is a cooperative corporation. So it's a rooftop amenity for shareholders. And
Yes.
the biggest issue, which I can certainly understand, is that it's visible. But if they lower the size of it, I mean, per LPC's direction, would it be visible to the street? Because it could be a lovely amenity.
Oh,
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, but I would guess it would still be visible from Central Park.
Yeah. It would be visible from, it was really visible. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Louisa? Got to unmute yourself.
I want to follow up on what Linda said, because my building has had a pergola for many years and it provided shade and it was very handsome. And it seems to me that we do approve of quite a number of structures that are visible from Central Park. And so I'm wondering if it was ever suggested that it be a bit lower, because the thing about pergolas is that it's just posts and then just slats on the top. It's not very visible. It doesn't really have big sides or a big roof or something like that. So I'm just wondering about it.
I think that's what LPC recommended, that they lower it.
Just to lower it. Okay.
Thank you. So
Would the
we've got-
committee have approved it if it were lower?
They did approve it.
We might have.
And if
I
the
can't
roof
say.
were different, the roof is a louvered roof that goes straight up.
Okay, let's just,
No, the louvers
we're gonna
go
move
across.
on. Thank you, Louisa. We got other hands up and we'll get to them all. So I'm looking now, we've got 5 hands up. I'm gonna go right down. Madge, if you want to re-raise your hands, I'll make sure I call on you. I wasn't sure if that was the case. Paige, I'm just gonna go down in my queue. So Paige?
Very quickly, we also suggested to the applicant that they simply push the pergola back so that the angle of influence wouldn't be so large, and also just relocate the lighting. And apparently this is was considered almost a work of art, and they didn't want to do that. What's interesting also is that we are aware, even though they didn't say this, that they're planning to have parties and food. They actually added, the second time it came around, I think, because I don't remember seeing it the first time, a public a toilet room, vanity, up there, so that they don't have to go back down to their apartments to use any facilities. So it's more than likely that they will be using, putting a sink and a small kitchenette up there as well. So we don't really want to have cooking coming out of all of our beautiful Art Deco buildings, but hey, here's one, and hopefully the Landmark Commission will keep this in check. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige.
Paige, Arena.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not on screen tonight. Can someone tell me, is this an individual, Paige, is this an individual landmark? Is this part of the historic district?
This is
part of the Central Park West Historic District.
right.
Thank you.
It's not an individual landmark, Arena.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arena. Miranda.
Hi, I'm just wondering, how would it impact the buildings that are either behind it or to the side of it, but mostly the ones behind it? Would it obstruct their views of the park at all?
You mean further west?
Yes, like I guess further down 93rd Street or 94th Street.
Well, you definitely see it on 93rd Street.
Right.
And the question is, what happens to, I can't remember what, I think the buildings to the west are lower. This is the tallest element. But it's going to be visible, and at nighttime, and when the sun sets early, it's going to glow. And I think most of those buildings don't have that. We asked for a nighttime view, but they never gave us one. I don't think, Michelle, did they?
No.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miranda. Mark?
Thank you. I just want to bring it back to a certain context here, because it is a lovely amenity and we have approved amenities like that in the past. The difference here is that this thing goes way out of its way to call attention to itself. And generally speaking, from an appropriateness standpoint with respect to historic districts, stuff on the roof usually is appropriate when it's utilitarian, when it doesn't call attention to itself. So this thing is up on a platform in order to make sure that when you're sitting in your chair, you can see the park, that it is made out of a reflective white aluminum material. It is internally illuminated. And it's pushed way forward on the roof when there were other opportunities to put it somewhere else. No one's objecting to the amenity per se. It is that it is architecturally trying to compete with the very beautiful facade that it's on top of, and that is inappropriate in my view, and I believe in the view of the committee. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So we have two more, and then we're going to close this out. So we're going to go Jay, and then we're going to go Richard, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, it just particularly for our new members, just as to explain the procedure here, we often, or certainly on a regular basis, from time to time get caught in a time warp because of scheduling at LPC, which meets 3 or 4 times a month as opposed to our once a month. And this is one of their times. So we didn't have the opportunity to vote on this with the modifications that LPC is requiring for approval, such as height, modification of the lighting, location, color, etc. So by voting to approve this disapproval, the best that we can do is send a message that something of this ilk with these elements will not be acceptable in this historic district. But we're really not voting on what the ultimate result is going to be, and it's just because of the glitch in scheduling that occurs from time to time.
But I did go to LPC. I did go to the LPC meeting and say that we met as a committee and these were our findings. Oh, no, you went, Mark. I'm sorry.
Richard. Richard, you got to unmute yourself.
Jay, is this a done deal? Basically, is it going back to LPC or not?
I think it's finished.
No,
Unless
Richard,
at staff level.
Yeah.
we have to check it.
apparently, I wasn't at the meeting, but apparently they approved it
Mhm.
with these modifications. And honestly, one of the problems with us versus or vis-a-vis LPC is, they pretty often approve things with modifications. And even if the modifications are substantial, it never comes back to us. So unless we have a representative, in this case we did, who will at least know what the modifications are.
What do we know? Has the applicant accepted the modifications, or we don't know?
Well, I think and Paige, who appears there periodically, could say, if
So
they
why are
approve something with modifications, the odds are greatly in favor of the fact that the modification.
So why are we voting
be-
on something that the applicant is changing and that LPC has already passed on? I don't understand what the purpose
Go on the
is.
record, Richard. That's
Exactly. We've always taken the position that we should complete the record, which is the committee vote and the full board vote. And again, we're somewhat sending a message that if something else comes along that's similar to what was presented, the message is it's not going to get approved by the community.
If there's a new application, why don't
Richard,
we
do
vote
you
on
think
that?
we could take this? I mean, we really want
It's
to.
not a new application.
It's not in the.
There's a new.
We take this offline. Eager to kind of move forward on
Yeah.
this.
Okay.
Thank you, Paige.
Yeah, we-
I wanna move forward.
Just very
We're
quickly,
gonna
very
vote.
quickly, the issue here, when new things happen, and the architect has done another one on a non-landmark building down in Soho or someplace, I don't know, in the West Village. And the issue is that once somebody sees something, it's monkey see, monkey do. So what we try to do in the preservation field is to limit the possibilities and try to prevent change which can detract from the landmark building. So in this case, we're trying to set a precedent that pergolas are fine, but just push them back. This applicant wouldn't change. They could have had everything, but they wouldn't do it. So this is, bad luck on them, but at least it saves, future. Think of all the buildings on Central Park West or Fifth Avenue, all of those, or even on the north side of the park. They could all have pergolas, and we don't think that's an appropriate use of a rooftop for these buildings.
Thank you, Paige. I think, are we ready
Thanks,
to vote
Paige.
here?
Yeah, let's vote on this. All those in favor of disapproving the application.
So if you vote yes, you're disapproving the application, and that's the recommendation of the committee. So you're supporting their recommendation. We can raise our hands. Okay, I'm going to wait a few moments and finalize this. So there's 26 digital, Bev, and I'm a physical, so make that 27. Christian, if you could lower the hands. For those of you who are voting against the resolution. See one, give me a few more moments. I'm going to pause a few more minutes. We now have 2 hands raised. Great, so that's 2. I don't see any physical. Christian, if we can lower that. Anybody abstaining? See a handful of hands going up, so there's
1, 4, 5.
I see 5 abstainings. Christian, if you want to lower that, and just does anyone want a verbal for cause? Any for cause? Great. Deb, you want to read that back?
27 to 2 to 5 to 0.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the last application at 780 West End Avenue is for one apartment, 11A. This building is on West 98th Street. It is to replace the current windows that have outlived their useful life, to replace them with essentially the same type of windows. None of the windows in this building are original windows. All of the windows were changed before this building was designated as part of an historic district. And the installation of these same windows essentially keeps the whole building, the whole face of both sides of the building continuous. To require them to go back to the original windows would create discontinuity. So we thought, and we believe, rather than have a modeled sort of look on a building, it's best to keep things consistent. And we voted in favor of the replacement of 7 windows.
Okay. Any questions? Let's take the vote. So if you want to raise your hand to support. Wait a
There's
few.
one other thing I want to say after the vote. It's not important to the vote.
Okay, let's raising hands. Please stop now if you're voting for. This is the final count. Right, I see 29 Bev digital, and my physical hand is raised, so that would make 30.
Right.
Right. Christian, can you lower the hands? Okay, against? I see no hands against. Cause? Oh, abstaining, I'm sorry, abstaining. Anyone abstaining?
None.
Okay, and for cause. Okay, you want to read that?
30 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Thank you.
I just want
Okay.
to, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, I just want to add that this application will go in front of landmarks on the 28th of this month, 28th of September. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. I think Kay beat you, Michelle. Sorry, gets the card. Okay, let's move forward to parks. We have 2 resolutions for parks. I believe, Clary, you are presenting the first one, which is the basketball court.
Steven?
That's right. And we
Yes,
do
Doug.
have some,
I'm sorry, this is, before we move on to the next committee vote, I just need to make one technical correction. It's been my pet peeve. I erroneously voted to abstain for cause. There's no such thing as abstaining for cause. It is ineligible. A fellow board member sent me a message correcting me, which is, I sent a message to Bev. So I declared myself ineligible on 9A and 9B. I'm also required by the bylaws to explain why I was ineligible. And the reason is that I voted as a non-committee member for the application. And since then, ownership had contacted me unsolicited regarding a commercial business opportunity. I may or may not even ever work for these people, but in an abundance of caution, I declared myself ineligible, and that just want to go on the record for saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug, for clarifying.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to parks. And I believe, Clary, you're presenting the first one.
that's right. And we do have some slides. Kristen or Mark, whoever's doing the slides, we're just going to show a couple of them. So this is a Saul Bloom playground. It's adjacent to PS 84, and you can see there the location between 91 and 92 in Central Park West in Columbus. And we can go to the second slide. Like so many of our playgrounds, it had fallen into a state of general decrepitude. And also, like so many of our playgrounds, as the Parks Department gets money gradually, it gradually renovates a part of the playground. Currently under construction, I think, and previously financed, is replacing and upgrading the multipurpose play area that's at the southeast corner of this site. This basketball court area is at, I think, the northeast corner of the site, and it's the basketball court area that is the subject of this work. Helen Rosenthal, with her discretionary council funding, has funded this project, the basketball court part of it, with $600,000, for which we're all grateful. So it's the scope of work is what you see here, and we're going to move on to, I think it's maybe, was it 12 and 13, I think. We can skip quite a few of them. Skip, 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 skip. Okay, so the essence of this, aside from improving some of the landscaping and benches and lighting and drinking fountain and the types of things that are done when you upgrade and renovate any part of a playground, the essence of the design is based upon this very popular mural that is on the adjacent wall of PS 84, and you see it there on the right. So that's the inspiration for the design, and we will then see just the next slide, which is probably our last slide. So they have proposed, and we have enthusiastically support, renovating the basketball court with all the all the pieces of basketball equipment that you do, and then, as I said, the lighting and the benches and the tree pits and all of that, and the drinking fountain, where the design is intended to echo and allude to the very popular mural on the adjacent wall to the east. So that's what you see there, and we reacted very favorably to it. We certainly had nothing negative from any neighbor or anybody from the community. And so our recommendation is to approve. That's the story.
Clary, I know I had forwarded one question. It was maybe a concern about the paint. Do you have any thoughts or feedback on that?
Stephen, and I don't know whether Paige wants to ask the question, but I think I can summarize it.
Sure.
Paige forwarded a question from Paige today about the surface and the durability of the colored surface there, because basketball courts, they get serious use. So I don't know that they specifically told us what material they were using, but as far as I can tell, this slide answers that question. It's called a color seal coat, which I think refers to the material. I know in the past, when we do have painted surfaces, not in this, I don't think that we asked about the durability of this one at this meeting, but when we've had other playgrounds with painted surfaces, distinctive designs that are painted, we have asked about the durability, and generally been reassured by the Parks Department that the materials they were using had reasonable durability. And we're not in a position to micromanage or try to micromanage. We don't want to micromanage the material and other design decisions, certainly not the materials that are chosen within the Parks Department normal vocabulary and normal the types of materials that they have chosen to use as appropriate for their facilities.
Thank you, Clary. Arena, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Just a couple of thoughts. I live a block away from this basketball court, and if the community board has not conducted outreach, I strongly encourage us to ask the Parks Department to, at a minimum, advise the public housing building adjacent to this court of the plans. Also, this is a site of several annual basketball tournaments that take place across the city. This is a heavily used basketball court. And I'm not sure that this stenciling, this mural on the pavement will last very long. And I think over time, it may look unsightly. But I really do encourage the Parks Department to consult with the residents of the building that is adjacent to this site. And they know who is permitting this court every year for the tournament, which just ended a couple of weeks ago, so that at least they get some input from the community that uses this facility quite heavily. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina. I do think, I mean, I will make a comment that I do think it was known. This is also next to PS 84, so it's a very popular playground that's amongst some others. And I do recall some feedback and/or believe that there has been some at least adequate outreach. I can't speak to the level of it, but I know that PS 84 parents were aware of, or some were aware of it because I ended up, my kid used to go to PS 84 for them.
Yeah, Steve, I'm not talking about the playground as much as I'm talking about the basketball court, which is probably used after school hours and on weekends by by adults.
Understood. I was just commenting that the 84 community is aware of it. I can't speak to the others. I wasn't.
I think that's right. I mean, Raina, we are talking about the basketball court. That's what this application is about. And so that's what we were addressing. And that's what Parks Department was telling us about when they presented it. They did, I believe, and other committee members may add to this or recall it differently, but I believe they did reference their dialogue and, and outreach with the PS 84 community, which certainly would include presumably people from the housing we're talking about as well.
Thank you. So we have two more hands, Amy and then Paul.
I mean, I fully support this. I think it's beautiful, but as a person who has an outdoor basketball court near NYCHA, in a NYCHA facility, it will need to be resealed probably every 2 to 5 years. So the Parks Department really should have a plan for that, because when you go color and graphics, it gets more and more difficult and more expensive to seal. And if it's getting the wear and tear that Arena's talking about, it will need it very shortly. So, I fully support it. I think it's beautiful, but we should be realistic that it may be in disrepair faster than we think.
Thank you, Amy. And the last person is Paul Fisher.
When will the renovation of the basketball court be complete?
Paul, I don't remember what, perhaps somebody else, another committee member might remember. It's not a hugely lengthy construction process. I just don't recall. They have the money. We don't expect, and the design is complete. I don't recall they're telling us how long the construction period will be.
They are moving forward with it though, now.
Yeah, it's definitely in the queue because this was one that was voted on earlier this summer and they requested a letter of support so they can move forward.
That's right.
I do believe it's moving in a diligent manner.
Because we couldn't have a resolution until we had a full board meeting. They asked for some piece of paper they could wave around at LPC or PDC.
Right, right.
I think Steve Simon said that, there was a lot of support behind this renovation.
If they do as good a job as they did at Douglas Houses, that would be great.
Yeah, that was a good job.
Thank you, Paul. So are we ready to vote on this? Oh, I'm sorry. I get back. Christian, is there any community members for either of the parks items?
No.
Okay. So then are we ready to vote?
Let's take a vote.
Great. So everyone who's supporting this resolution. Okay. We're going to just pause. Let's get our final digital hands up.
32.
32. My physical hand is up.
33.
Thanks. Christian, can you lower the hands? Any no's? Against? Gonna wait a few seconds. I don't see any digital hands up. So we're going to take that as a 0. Any abstaining? Pausing for a few. Don't see any. Any for cause? Maybe you can verbalize as well. So no for cause. You want to review that, Bev?
33 to 0 to 0 to 0.
Thank you so much.
Christian, I'm trying to plan towards the end. Could you just give me a sense of how many community members signed up for the session?
4.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Barbara, you're up.
Thank you. last resolution. Drum roll, please.
Well, it's been a marathon to get here, right?
Exactly. This is this is a request from New York Roadrunners and the Parks Department asking to install a bronze marker to commemorate the 50th year of the New York City Marathon. The marker, which had not yet been designed, will not be larger than 16 inches in length. It will be in a layered relief bronze, patinaed a chocolate brown, and instead of being placed right at the finish line, which they felt might be a trip hazard because of the raised relief on it, they chose to put it just adjacent on the walkway, on the sidewalk, near the curb, as close to the actual finish line, which is at 67th Street in center of the West Drive, as they possibly could get it. So just about everybody voted in favor of it. There was one abstention. And I hope you'll support it. As an ex-marathon runner, it's a very exciting time when you come through that finish line.
Well, we will hope to see you in the future as well going through the line. But with that, I see we have one hand up, and that's Arena.
Yeah, Raina.
Yeah, Barbara. So the committee voted on a plaque sight unseen?
Yes, they told us that it won't be, well, they told us it won't be larger than 16 inches in length. It will be a rectangle. It will be flat on the ground, inserted into the ground. They hope it won't be raised at all, and it will just commemorate the 50th running of the marathon. And we said, fine, we had no issue.
But I think we did see a schematic design, didn't we, Barbara?
So this
didn't have a design yet, no.
So
I thought we did see a schematic.
excuse me, this is a permanent plaque in the park that we're voting on that none of us has seen. I don't understand why we would be asked to do such a thing.
I think we saw it.
Is that a rhetorical? I mean, do you want someone to answer that, Arena? Or
Yes, I do, because I don't think we should ever approve of any addition in Central Park, which is a historic scenic district, a national landmark. I mean, I just don't understand why the planning board would even consider an application. We would never do that if this came before the Landmarks Committee. And frankly, it should have been a joint conversation with preservation.
Kristen has the slide presentation. Maybe it would be useful to look at the slides.
I would ask that this item be tabled until until both committees have an opportunity to review this plaque. And I would like to know what the Conservancy, the Central Park Conservancy's position is on the plaque as well. I just really feel that we should have a consistent process for all additions to Central Park. And I think the item should be tabled until we can review the plaque.
Arena, one of the issues is that the 50th running of the marathon is this November, and they were very anxious to get this thing in the works and get it completed so that it could be there for celebration when the marathoners run through the finish line this year. So
perhaps it can be reviewed by steering, but I think we should see the plaque. I would like to see the plaque.
Let's look at the
As someone who has worked in the park for 12 years, and I'll be frank, I mean, I'm a trustee of the Central Park Conservancy. This is the first time I'm hearing about this, and I think that as a community resident, I feel very strongly that we should see this plaque before it's installed in the park in perpetuity.
Okay, so we have a process here. I have a question for Richard. Arena has asked to table it. What is the steps? Does it have to be seconded? How does that work?
Yeah, if Arena makes a formal motion to table, then it gets seconded and we vote on whether or not to table.
Okay.
Yes,
So does anybody want?
I would like to.
Anybody like to?
But
I'd like to move on with the process.
If I can suggest to Arena, tabling it just puts it in limbo. If she wants to return it to committee, she should move to return it to committee.
I would like to, what I would like, because I recognize that this this is time sensitive, is that Barbara and Clary asked, and this is, by the way, Linda, this is not a question of trusting the Roadrunners, by the way. This is about process. I would suggest that perhaps Barbara and Clary ask the Roadrunners if they could provide a schematic of the plaque to the steering committee in the interest of time, and let the steering committee make the final determination so as not to hold up the process. But I don't want to set a precedent where we are approving permanent features in Central Park without reviewing them first.
You know, I've said this about 6 times now, but we have a set of slides. Christian has them, and they're only.
Actually, I do not have those.
We only have the slide, I think, for the Saw Bloomfield.
Right.
I sent them to Mark and Christian, but you, whatever.
I mean, I have what you sent to Mark and Christian, and I believe it was the Saw Bloomfield slides, but,
I believe it was, I think it was also the slides for this.
hold on, they're right in front of me.
If the slides exist, and then I would like to see it. Yeah, if the slide exists, I got the impression that the community board members were being asked to vote on something sight unseen, and all I'm asking is,
Clary, if you can email it.
Okay, we're gonna get this under control, and I think there's a process here. So, Raina, you've made your point, and I'm gonna work with Richard to work through the process. So I know that you're displeased and you're doing it, but what are you asking us to do? You either has to ask us to table it, and then we look for a second, or you can ask to put it back to committee, and we can look for a second. And then as that process happens, if you have other things, but I think that's what's in front of us now. So do you want to ask for either of those?
I'm asking that I'm asking that the Roadrunners provide to the steering committee, unless the Parks Committee is.
That's not an action arena. I understand that, but there's a resolution forward.
Stephen, the committee has already voted on this.
Right. And it's resolution in front of us to vote on this.
It's my understanding that the steering committee can act on behalf of the board.
But right now there is a resolution. You can't. There's a resolution that we are here to vote on, and we have to act on it. There are parliamentarian rules. I would note that this goes back to June, and it was on the agenda. It was well noticed. So, we have to look at our agendas. I'm not trying to argue with you, but we have to do something.
I'm not suggesting.
May I jump in? Stephen, may I jump in?
I understand. Ken says he's looking at the plaque. Ken, can you share your screen?
I have it up because I had it from the June preservation meeting. So can I share my screen?
Please. Sure. Thank you.
I believe that's what we're looking at.
There you go.
It wasn't what was sent this week, but it was back from June.
Well, they assured us it would be rectangular for one thing and not more than 16 inches in length. So that's round. So I think it must be changed. They said they did not have the design when they came to us. It might have that round thing in the middle of it, but
it's a schematic as to color, material, size, and location.
Okay, I'm withdrawing my objection. Thank you.
Thanks, Serena.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this matter? Okay. Shelley, do you have something you want to say on this matter?
I just wanted to clarify for future that the steering committee can vote on anything it wants, but it has to be approved by the full board. So it can't be just we used to be able to have steering take care of things in lieu of the board, but it's not operative anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you. So I think we're ready to vote now. So let's vote for, let's put your hand up if you're supporting it. Thank you. I'm going to pause for a few more seconds. Everyone who wants to say yes, please do now. Great. So I see 30. I'm going to ask everyone to stop now. Now it's up to 32. And I don't know, now it's down to 31. So I don't understand. So we're going to stop at 31 now. I'm a physical hand 32, Beth.
okay.
Great. Thank you, Christian. For those of you against? Okay, that's a 0. For those of you abstaining?
1, 2.
I think we see 2. And those of you for cause? That goes down. Just verbalize a cause. Great. Bev, do you want to read that back?
32 to 0 to 2 to 0.
Okay. Well, we did it. Got through the business session. Let's kind of diligently move forward. There's a chair report. First, I just want to approve the minutes. We are approving the minutes from May, June, and July due to sort of a hiccup. So I'm going to ask for unanimous consent.
So moved.
So moved. Can we get a verbal? We're yay?
Yay. Yay.
Thank you. So as I say, I'm gonna forego my chair report. Just again, thank everyone who's helped over the summer. As always, thank Mark and Christian who helped with the digital meeting, and those of you who are working diligently for the hypothetical in person that went awry. But there was a lot of work that went into that, and I want to thank everyone for doing so. I know that I want to acquiesce and let Michelle, because I know I want to let her give a brief announcement on a topic, and so I'm going to acquiesce to my report to her to give an update on something.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Hello, Michelle.
Hello, hello. I know I've been on Gummy Bears and Coffee and keeping up with you guys. So I just wanted to report out that I will be having my first district service cabinet meeting on September 14th at 1 o'clock. I will be engaging the local electeds as well as all the city agencies. So if you have any concerns that you would like me to report out to them, please let me know. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And just to note to everyone, I think we're excited about this. People weren't aware, we had not had some for almost a year and a half. They had stopped. So we're just excited to start the process. I think it'll be very helpful, and many of the things that come up on a day-to-day will now be able to handle in what I think is a meaningful meeting. So I applaud our first meeting and look forward to it being a monthly thing. It's very important to what we do. Great, thank you, Michelle. So let's move to the community session. Christian, you want to start calling community, the four that raised their hand?
Jody Sperling.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Jody Sperling.
Oh, all right, Jody heard because she's smiling. So go ahead now. You're up, Jody.
Hi. Thank you all for your service and dedication. Quite a marathon so far. I just want to say that I'm very excited to let you know about the Amsterdam Eco Arts Festival, which is happening on Saturday, September 18th from 12 until 6:30 p.m. on Amsterdam Avenue between 109th and 10th Street. And this is an event that is being co-produced by my dance company, Time Lapse Dance, and the Columbus Amsterdam BID. The event is a multifaceted environmental and performance event, and we'll start off with a planting of native plant flowers organized by the BID and Melissa Elstein of Love Your Street Trees. There will be performances by my company, by Jill Sigmund Think Dance, who's also a local artist, also Sunny Days Jazz Trio. There'll be art projects, free workshops for families, karate lessons. Be Fit NYC is offering Zumba, and we will have also a native land orientation by Oleana Whispering Dove, who will put a perspective about who has inhabited and who still has claims to this land on which we're occupying. The event is partly in celebration of Parking Day, which advocates for the use of streets for people and community over the use for cars. And we hope that people will enjoy this event, which is free and public for everyone. As just saying personally, as someone who As a dance artist, we have not been able to perform in theaters for over a year and a half. So the streets have taken on a lot of importance for us as a place to share the work that we do. So you can find out more about the event, timelapsedance.com/events, or on Instagram, either Timelapse Dance or Jody Sperling handles will work. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian?
Zachary Campbell.
Hi, good evening, Community Board 7. Zach Campbell, the community liaison for the American Museum of Natural History for the Gilder Center project. As usual, I want to give you a quick update on the project. The last CB7 meeting that I was at was all the way back in April. So it's been a little bit of time. Since then, I've got a new beard and a new daughter. But work has continued to progress on the project. When last I reported out to the community board, the superstructure work was still progressing. In that structural steel was still ongoing and the tower crane was still in use. Since then, superstructure and steel operations have been completed. The building is topped out, the tower crane has been demobilized and removed. Shotcrete operations, which is essentially sprayed concrete that forms the bulk of the interior walls of the building, is currently the focus of our work. The shotcrete work is forming the interior of the new building, which will allow us to take some of the metal shoring that is additionally supporting the building away once it's completed. Stone for the facade will also be coming later in the winter. So what you're seeing when you walk past the building right now is actually the interior walls and not how the final facade will look itself. We continue to average approximately 10 trucks a day and over 100 workers per day for our operations. And continue to be near those levels and expect to stay there for most of the rest of this year. I also want to make note that in addition to the Gilder Center work on the building itself, we're looking to start work on the approximately 75,000 square feet of park renovations that are a part of the project. As many of you may remember, this goes back quite a ways. Included in the designs for the project and approved by the Park Working Group, Community Board 7, Landmarks Preservation Committee, and a variety of other entities as a part of the project. Renovations to the park would include removing existing paths, range fencing, soil, and then salvaging some other elements such as the benches, wrought iron fencing, and drinking fountain. But then also installing new irrigation, new paths, new fencing, new benches, 15 in total, on top of what's already there, new plantings, and planting 22 new trees. We expect to start the portion of work that is significant, sizable space in the northwestern corner of Theodore Roosevelt Park later this month. Preliminary work on that will include building an extension of an egress path, and then beginning to establish a site fence around the area so that we can perform some of this parks work. We'll also be installing tree protections and protecting the Nobel Monument as well. During this work, pedestrian access and park access for park users, for people looking to access both the dog run and points further east will be maintained, as one of the paths that split off from 81st Street will remain open throughout this portion of construction. So with that, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to provide any updates or try to answer them.
We're not going to have a Q&A, just so you know, Zach, but I appreciate the update. If people have some questions, they can either put it in the chat and or, they can, if you want to put your email.
Absolutely. I'll put my email in the chat and anyone can feel free to reach out to me directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian?
Yes, Peter Armstrong.
Hello, yes, hello, Community Board 7. Wow, it's quite a return to meetings. So there is a list of events that are coming up in September that include, as Jody was mentioning, the Eco Arts Festival, but we have other things going on. There at the corner of 97th Street and Amsterdam, there will be a a DOT arts sculpture going in coming up this week. It'll be up there for about 11 months. But this list is available through our website. And also, I believe Christian has the link that can be used to open it if other people are interested, if he's able to share that. The other thing that I'll quickly mention, besides the music and other arts activities that are happening around Amsterdam and Columbus Avenue, is that the history group has a September 22nd talk by Margaret Hoffman, who's with the 97th Street, Green Street. And it'll be looking at the history of 97th Street, but also of green markets in general and their role in making the connection between city and the farms that has been critical for the development of the farms in our neighborhood, or in our neighborhood, in the outer areas away from the city. So, and just making that connection. And so I'm looking forward to that on September 22nd. It should be a good talk by Margaret Hoffman, and it will be on Zoom. So that's it. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Peter. Christian, is there one more? I think, is that three or?
Chris Giordano.
Okay. Do you promote them? I didn't.
Yeah, Chris.
Chris, you on? I see your picture. Still there? Gotta mute yourself. I think we might have put him to sleep with our.
No, sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, at a meeting earlier this summer that included Chair Brown, the 20th precinct, and elected officials, it was suggested that the Upper West Side Coalition of block associations and community groups host a traffic safety forum. So that group is doing it September 22nd at 7 p.m. It will include the NYPD, Albert and Howard from you all, Transportation Alternatives, the Deliveristas, the DOT, Parks Department. So many thanks in advance to CB7 for helping us to promote the live stream of this event. And we look forward to bringing this information into the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Christian, is that the last?
Yes.
Well, I've been waiting to say this for quite a while. Are we ready to adjourn our meeting? Because I think that's our, I think that's it. It's a pleasure seeing everyone. Thank you everyone for working together, getting through the meeting. We'll get ready for a great winter ahead of us. And again, thank you for being courteous and sort of following the direction the best we could. I thought we did a good job. Applause to everybody. Good job by all was done, okay? Have a great night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Stay
Go
well.
home safely.
Just remember, our in-person meetings used to last until 11:30, sometimes until midnight.
Well, we said between 10:30 and 11, so I think we got it. I didn't want to, I think we did a couple 11, so I think we kept it along.
I think Yeoman's job. Good night, everybody.